Good morning. Good morning to all. Is it audible?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Yeah. Sir, shall we wait for few more minutes, sir? Sir?
Just see, sir. I mean, it's already 10. I mean, there are around 70 plus participants, it seems.
Yeah, we have kept it on online. This is live streaming is also going on. People are also joining on YouTube.
Right. So I feel we can start it.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Here is Dr. Muhammad Alimuddin Kamri, the coordinator, Intermediary Pharmacovigilance Center for Pharmacovigilance of Unani Drugs, National of Unani Medicine, and the organizing secretary for this national webinar on pharmacovigilance of ASU drugs. I welcome all of you to today's second day of the webinar. Before we start, let us share this information. Today is 16th September. Tomorrow will be the 17th September. On 17th September 2020, WHO, the World Health Organization, and international partners and all countries will commemorate World Patient Safety Day. Because World Patient Safety Day will be celebrated on 17th September. Patient safety is the absence of preventable harm to patients during the process of healthcare and reduction of risk of necessary harm associated with them. In view of this, tomorrow, WHO and its international partners, all countries will commemorating World Patient Safety Day. The objective of the World Patient Safety Day 2020 campaign is to raise global awareness about the importance of addressing health worker safety as a prerequisite to patient safety. Here, I would like to bring in a small information. One of the objectives of the WHS patient safety is the theme of this year World Patient Safety Day is health worker safety, where we people involved, the people who are the frontliners. A priority for patient safety and the slogan what they are using is safe health workers, safe patients. WHO urges all member states, stakeholders and partners to speak up for health worker safety. We are lucky enough that keeping this slogan and the objective of the WHO with reference to the patient safety tomorrow, already we have taken the initiative under the part of the pharmacovigilance program. Now today we are witnessing the second day of the pharmacovigilance program as a part of the webinar. With these few words, I welcome all of you, particularly our panel expert, Ghalib, and expected to join the other people also with us. Dr. Ghalib, the first speaker of today's webinar, he is Ruknuddin Ghalib, presently working as an associate professor in All India Institute of Ayurveda, New Delhi. He completed his BAMS and MD Ayurveda and PhD from Institute of Postgraduate Teaching and Research, Jamanagar. He's an Ayurvedic scholar working as associate professor at All India Institute of Ayurveda, New Delhi, as I already told. He has been awarded the 3 national level best thesis awards for the consecutively the 2016, 17 and 18 years. We are expecting a few more awards under his cap. And apart from that, he is the one who received the Young Scientist Award for the year 2017, awarded by the Central Council for Research in Ayurvedic System of Medicine, CCRES, Ministry of Finance, Government of India. He's an author for around more than 50 publications, which are published in the different peer-reviewed journals and souvenirs. He contributed 10 chapters in different books, and he's an author of one book. And moreover, he's the coordinator for the National Pharmacovigilance Program of AYUSH drugs, and active, dynamic, very non-person. I hardly believe that the people from the AYUSH system may not be aware of who is Ghalib. Ghalib is something synonymous to the pharmacovigilance, not only the pharmacovigilance program of AYUSH, but in several aspects. Very popular personality, very dynamic personality, very a beautiful human being also. With these few words, I request Dr. Ghalib, it's over to you for your presentation.
Thank you so much, sir. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I mean, I don't know what I should say. Okay, so these welcome words are, I feel they're more than, I mean, they're not at all applicable to me. I feel so. So they are huge words that they should go for a big people. So I'm a toddler. I'm in a learning phase. I mean, that too learning because of all support of all my colleagues and friends and my well wishers. That's it. So I'm not a big guy. Thank you so much, and very good morning to all the participants. The director of NIUM, Dr. Vaduji, so though he's not there, so with respect to the director of NIUM, the coordinator, Dr. Alimuddinji, and the mentor, the visioner, okay, so who actually conceptualized this program, Dr. Katoji, who is advisor Ayurveda working at Ministry of AYUSH, and at the same time, so he had various multiple responsibilities at national level. He is the head of drug control cell at Ministry of AYUSH. He is in charge director of Pharmacopoeia Commission for Indian Medicine and the PLIM, and so there are n number of focus activities he's taking care of. He's leading even the pharmacovigilance program. So he's mentor, he's a guide, he's driving force, I can say. So I mean, so without him, so the pharmacovigilance program, we cannot, I cannot at least so witness it. So I take this opportunity to remember all these individuals, and a very good morning once again to all the participants. Just give me 1 minute to, not even 1 minute, so just let me share the presentation. I hope this is visible to you. Sir, is this visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Yeah. So the topic given to me is challenges in implementing the pharmacovigilance program for AYUSH systems as such, AYUSH systems of medicines. And yesterday, of course, various speakers, the panelists, they also felt and noticed and mentioned that, okay, so the pharmacovigilance program, which was started way back in 1980s for conventional science, so it is reached to somewhere today in 2020. So it took almost 35, 40 years. That is one thing. And second thing is, of course, it's not conventional science. Traditional systems of medicines is something different. AYUSH practices is something different. And in the evening, I mean, so at the ending, okay, when we are ending the program yesterday, so when Katuji and Shahani, okay, so when they were discussing, so they mentioned that it's just like algebra. It's a very complex mechanism. It's a very complex system to understand. So that's why, so even the pharmacovigilance program for traditional systems is also, okay, so is very complex. It's not so easy. So definitely, whenever we are trying to implement this program, so we are going to come across with the various sorts of inconveniences that is well anticipated. So this topic is given to me. So just to look towards, okay, so what kind of challenges we may come across whenever we are implementing so this pharmacovigilance program. The time is given to me is it's around half an hour. So I'll try to stick on to the time factor. I'll try to finish it within that time. And I need not to speak anything about what exactly is pharmacovigilance. Okay, so when the program initially, launched in 2007 or 2008. Okay, so there was a huge, gaps were there. So many people, they were unable to understand what exactly was pharmacovigilance program. But okay, so as Katoch sir was mentioning yesterday, so that okay, the brief history he mentioned, it was in 2007. Okay, so in 2008 for a couple of years. Okay, so this program was okay, so in pipeline. So some programs, some awareness programs, some interactions. So basic level groundwork, it was done. Okay, so almost a decade back. So during that, okay, so time, okay, so these things, the pharmacovigilance, that awareness, it has came up. So and even yesterday also, various stakeholders, various panelists, okay, so they mentioned what exactly is pharmacovigilance program, what is to be understood, and all those things. I'm not going to tell anything about the definitions and all those things. You know it very well. I'm sure about it. And I'm not even telling anything about need, because that is also everyone. Okay, so understand it very well. And what kind of challenges? So this, so in a precise manner. So I would like to put in front of you. Before okay, so entering into the okay actual the core content. So just I would like to say that the national call given by Shri Narendra Bhai Modi ji, Honorable Prime Minister of India, towards New India movement. So let it be a clean India or poverty-free India or corruption-free India, whatever it may be, terrorism-free India he mentions, and communalism-free India, so also he mentioned. So whatever it may be, so if at all we want to achieve the dream of Shri Narendra Bhai Modi ji, suppose, okay, so then the country also need to be a healthy India. So without a healthy India, so that new India cannot be anticipated. So when we want to achieve that new India, so we need a strong, healthy, young, okay, so India, where its own traditional systems can play a significant role. The role of traditional practices cannot be denied by any government. And AYUSH has an important role in realizing this dream by providing quality medical care for its citizens. So traditional systems, so they have a history of use in the maintenance of health, as well as in disease prevention and treatment. So that definitely, okay, so even the WHO also accepted the role, the contribution of traditional practices in global healthcare. So there is no doubt about it. And uh, yeah, so if you see, okay, so the global demand for traditional practices, you suppose if at all you are analyzing, you suppose there are a number of okay documents, okay, so that are available, that are on the net. Otherwise you can go to the WHO's sites and you can download, okay, so all such kind of documents. You can see how alarmingly the global demand for traditional practices is increasing. It has been mentioned in the opening remarks yesterday by Secretary Saab that okay, during this corona pandemic period, so he mentioned that the demand for herbal practices, at least, because I'm not saying that all traditional practices, at least for herbs, he mentioned that the demand is increased from 60% to 600%. So 60% to 600% is a huge, okay, demand, which was witnessed by, okay, so Ministry of Ayush. And okay, at present, okay, so not only for the corona pandemic, but in general also at present, if at all we are looking, you suppose a highly receptive environment is being built. So where the value of Ayush systems in healthcare is widely recognized. And yes, okay. So this, if at all you are looking, you suppose, okay. So the global demand, okay. So number of member states, okay. So who are regulating the herbal medicines, of course. Okay. So this data, it belongs to 2012, 2013, almost a decade back, I can say, almost okay. So 7 to 8 years back data I'm submitting here, right? If at all you are seeing from 1999 to 2012, if at all you are looking, you suppose, okay. So the a number of member states so who are regulating this, okay, so herbal practices, herbal medicines, who frame the regulations in their countries, okay, so it has been doubled, almost it is doubled from 65 to, okay, so it came to 119. It itself speaks that, okay, so the demand for, okay, so the traditional practices, demand for, okay, so whatever it may be the farm, so it may be, okay, so folklore claim, or it may be herbal practice, whatever it may be. Okay, for these traditional practices, the demand is increasing. Various, governments, okay, so they framed the regulate, okay, so regulations, okay, so control such kind of practices. So, right, so if at all you are looking this, so you can see that, okay, so the maximum part of the globe, right? So maximum part of the globe were in, okay, so green. Okay, so they have some national policy for traditional and complementary medicines, and there are very few countries. There are very few countries which doesn't have it. Okay, so you can see that orange color, otherwise a pink color. So I mean that color indicates that, okay, so there is no specific policy for governing, okay, so traditional practices. But okay, so okay, so 70 to 80% of the countries, okay, so they have, okay, so some sort of policy to regulate the traditional practices. So the use of herbal remedies, okay, so it has been widely embraced in many developed countries, and now they are becoming a mainstream in the UK and the rest of European countries, as well as in North America and even in Australia and all these countries. And it has been reported a few years back that, okay, so more than 80% of the global population, 80% of the global population, so they rely upon herbal medicines for some aspects of their primary healthcare. So what kind of healthcare it is, okay, so that's a different issue. But okay, so in their lifespan, okay, so they are using some sort of, okay, the herbal remedy for their, okay, so ailments. So this indicates that, okay, so there is a huge demand for, okay, so traditional practices, not only for non-communicable diseases, but even, okay, so in this corona pandemic also, okay, right, so if at all you are analyzing, suppose, okay, so there is even, okay, even from the WHO's perspective also, WHO's website also, if at all we are looking, okay, so they are also looking towards the possible solutions for addressing the corona related, otherwise influenza related pathologies. So it has been witnessed that, okay, so global demand, even it is there for okay, not only for a chronic non-communicable diseases, but okay, so demand is there, demand is increasing even for the communicable and infectious diseases also, right? So these are some of the, okay, so guidelines that have been released by, okay, so Ministry of Ayush to address the pathologies, otherwise manifestations related to, okay, so COVID. Okay, so all Ayush practices are, okay, so involved here. So whatever it may be, right, so global demand is there. Okay, so along with the significant increase of worldwide consumption, if at all we are looking, so that is one facet of the coin. And at the other facet of the coin, if at all we are looking, you suppose concerns on safety of herbal medicines has also been witnessed. So in the last couple of decades, let it be from 2000 to 2004 to, okay, so till today. Okay, so before 2000 also, there are innumerous numbers of, okay, so such kind of concerns are there, but after surface publications, they have grown like anything. So apart from, okay, so this, okay, so I mean at the one side of the facet, okay, so the demand is increasing. At the other facet of the, okay, so coin, concerns are, okay, so being raised on safety aspects and the toxicity aspects. So at present, okay, so what we can say and what we can conclude, that there is some misunderstanding, whatever it may be. Okay, so some sort of misunderstanding and some sort of prejudice towards the safety aspects of traditional practices. So understanding is warranted. What I feel is, okay, so not only, okay, so the Ayush professionals, but all healthcare professionals, they need to understand what exactly the traditional practices is. So understanding is well, it is warranted, and there is a need to strengthen. Okay, so from our side, okay, so from traditional, okay, so I mean TCM side, otherwise from the Ministry of Ayush side, whatever. So there is a need to strengthen our profiles. There is a need to strengthen the safety. There is a need to strengthen the proper usage. There is a need to strengthen the effectiveness of all products, all traditional products in a systematic direction. So that is what we feel. So in this, I feel I need not to explain. Okay, so these kind of, okay, so concerns. There are n number of such kind of concerns. Okay, which have tried to malign the reputation of traditional practices. So that's why, okay, so we felt that, okay, so there is a need to strengthen the safety profiles. There is a need to strengthen the, okay, so how properly these practices are being utilized or and what kind of effectiveness of these products are available in the systematic direction. So that's why, okay, so natural is not always safe. Natural, it doesn't mean that, okay, so always it is safe. So there are n number of, okay, so other compounding factors, okay, so depending upon which the safety, depending upon which the toxicity, so it may rely. So that's why, so we need to be very careful whenever we are using even a traditional product. uh, so that's what I mentioned over here, that this document of the decade document, I can say it's WHO Traditional Medicine Strategies document, which was published in 2014. They says that there is a need to strengthen safety and a proper use and effectiveness of all such kind of practices. Fine. So yes, okay. So considering this, okay, so considering the need of, okay, so strengthening the effectiveness and practices. So Ministry of Ayush, so it has implemented this project. Of course, there are various aspects of how to evaluate the safety, how to evaluate effectiveness, how to evaluate toxicity profiles. Okay, so there are various strategies to evaluate these things, and the pharmacovigilance is also one of the aspect. Okay, so by implementing, so it was visualized in 2006 or 2005 yesterday again. Okay, GP Mohantaji, right, so, and Katotji. Okay, so they mentioned about I mean the brief background. Okay, so how this was conceptualized, why so it came into existence. So it was in again, so in 2007. Okay, so where this program was, okay, so initially implemented. And definitely the credit will go to Katoji and the GP Mahantaji. Mahantaji, who was just behind the curtain, but he was pushing the issue, and Katoji was just, he was a warrior in this program, definitely. And so I should take two more names. Okay, so Professor M.S. Bagelji, who was the director of and in charge vice chancellor of Gujarat Ayurveda University, who actually took this program very, I mean, seriously. And other than coordinator, I should take the name of definitely the credit always. Okay, so it again goes to Ravinarayan Acharya ji, who is a steadfast companion of me. He was coordinator in 2007 and 2008. So they took much pains actually. They took much pains, and so they implemented this program. So they actually initiated the program, conducted various awareness programs to generate what exactly we can understand the pharmacovigilance program. Okay, in traditional systems of medicines. Okay, so these were the actual initiations. Of course, somehow, okay, so it was discontinued, continued in between, and again it was initiated in 2017. And of course, and rest you know it very well, so I'm not going to say anything. Okay, so this is what currently we are. So in 2017 it was initiated, and now we have 5 intermediary and 63 plus okay, so peripheral centers, you can see. Okay, so we have okay, our hands and our limbs, okay, in scattered throughout the country, you can see. Okay, so all those red spots, whatever you are seeing, okay, so they are the, okay, so vital parts of, okay, so this pharmacovigilance program, all the 63 centers, and as mentioned by Katuji yesterday, once again, so 11 centers. Okay, so they are joining with us by October 1st. So we will be, okay, our number will be more. Okay, so we'll be strengthening with, okay, more manpower. So 11 more centers. Okay, so they will come, they will join with us. There will be 74 plus centers, and then intermediary anyhow, so they are there. Okay, so this is this snapshot is of the pharmacovigilance programs website. Of course, again, so we're trying our level best to put, okay, so all this information, okay, so at this website, web portal, AYUSHSURAKSHA.com. So you can have an access, you can have a look into this okay, so website. And so this snapshot of this, okay, so Indian map. Okay, so this is from our report, okay, which is going to be placed on the website in a fortnight, I feel so. Okay, so by the end of this September, otherwise, okay, so by October first week, okay, so this will come. Okay, so what we achieved, okay, so how many suspected reactions they have been received from all these peripheral centers. Okay, so what were the difficulties we felt. Okay, so what kind of, I mean, how many, I mean, objectionable advertisements, okay, so they have been received. Okay, so all this, okay, so information in a precise manner, in a 10-15 pages. Okay, so that report. Okay, so that will be placed on the website, and you can see it. You can visualize it. So so this is what, okay, so the graphical breakup, if at all we are looking, you suppose this one also will come in that report. Okay, altogether, okay, so there are few 420 plus, okay, so suspected ADRs. So these, okay, so ADRs will try to analyze and evaluate. Okay, so these details also will come. Okay, so in that report, so you can see it. Okay, so apart from that one, okay, so there are more than 7,000 reports. Of course, the slide, okay, so it belongs to May 2020. But if at all we are analyzing, if at all we are reporting, okay, so until August 2020, you suppose there are more than 7,500 plus, okay, misleading advertisements they have been received from, okay, so various stakeholders, various peripheral centers, and okay, so these have been sent back to, okay, drug control cell of Ministry of AYUSH for, okay, appropriate action. And nowadays, of course, okay, so all vigilant pharmacovigilance coordinators, they are communicating with the state licensing drug licensing authorities. They are communicating there, and so they are persuading with them. They are in touch with drugs, I mean state licensing authorities, so that appropriate action, okay, so can be taken. Okay, so these are the things. And if we are looking into, okay, so whatever it may be the program, but okay, so global scenario, if at all we are looking, suppose, okay, so this 2019 document, okay, of WHO, okay, so they were looking about, okay, so WHO global report on traditional and complementary medicine. Okay, so this is very valid and important, very important document. Okay, so where they try to analyze and try to see, so what kind of challenges, okay, so these traditional professional, okay, so individuals in different countries, not in Indian scenario, okay, so they are feeling. And if at all you are looking, you suppose, okay, so they categorize them into 9 to 10 different sectors. Okay, so they mentioned about so what kind of research data they have. Okay, so what kind of practical difficulties, okay, so they are facing in sorry okay, so what kind of practical difficulties, okay, so they are facing in regulating these herbal practices. Okay, so what kind of problems they are facing while monitoring, okay, so while advertising. Okay, so this is also, okay, so one area, okay, so that has been mentioned, okay, so in this report. Okay, so what kind of strategies they have, okay, advertising strategies, what kind of regulations they have, okay, so towards the controlling such kind of advertisements, and what kind of, okay, so training, what kind of education mechanism they have. Okay, so what kind of okay, so safety profiles, okay, how they are generating. Okay, so what kind of mechanisms. Okay, so again, okay, so to evaluate that safety, toxicity, and efficacy profiles of these herbal medicines. Okay, so these are, okay, so few points they have been highlighted, okay, so in this document. And a similar kind of, okay, so difficulties, okay, so that are being even faced, okay, so in our, okay, so pharmacovigilance program also. Okay, so while evaluating various sorts of, okay, so suspected adverse reactions. Okay, so these challenges, if at all we are looking, you suppose, okay, so there are various challenges. Okay, so a few challenges even highlighted by Dr. Arun Gupta ji yesterday from, okay, so industrial perspective he was mentioning. And okay, so in between he mentioned, okay, so a few challenges, so which are very relevant. Challenges, if at all we are looking, you suppose, okay, so we have many challenges. Okay, so they may be there, but the unique challenges are, okay, so one thing is, okay, so the therapeutic approaches are very unique. Okay, so it is not only for limited for Ayurveda system of medicine, but okay, so this uniqueness is applicable for all, okay, so traditional practices, let it be Siddha or Unani or Homeopathy or yoga, whatever it may be. Okay, so for all, okay, so traditional practices, okay, so this uniqueness is there. And so this unique therapeutic approach is, okay, so one factor, okay, so which is the greatest challenge to say that okay, so what kind of right okay, so what is mentioned is, okay, so every individual is unique in his, okay, so constitution, that misas, otherwise, okay, so that prakriti, what mentioned yesterday. Okay, so every individual is different. Every individual is different. Okay, so that's why pathology may be same, but the individual may respond in a different way. So that's why, okay, it may pose, okay, so some sort of inconveniences. So there are the therapeutic modalities, okay, so for disease, okay, so they are based not only disease, okay, so even health. Okay, so they are based upon various sorts of, okay, so factors, Okay, so that can be subtype and stage and severity of the disease. And the medicines always, okay, so they are prescribed on a personalized approach in a personalized manner after thorough examination of various factors which are involved. So that's why, okay, so I mean, many a times, okay, so we may give a simple, okay, so internal medicines, and sometimes, okay, so body purification may be needed, sometimes topical applications may be needed, and sometimes fasting may be needed, sometimes, okay, so there may be certain diet may be advised that, okay, so along with this medicine, this diet is to be consumed, this diet is not to be consumed, this activity is, okay, is good for you, and this activity is not good. There will be n number of, okay, so restrictions, ye karo, ye na karo, right? So you take medicine along with honey, otherwise milk, or there are n number of, okay, so factors. So when these factors are there, you suppose, okay, so by chance if some inconvenience is noticed, you suppose, so then which factor is supposed to be withdrawn and which factor is supposed to be re-challenged, so that we don't know. So that's why it's a very complex phenomena. It's a very complex phenomena to understand, okay, so which factor is actually working, which factor is actually not working. So this is, okay, so one biggest factor, okay, so which is which I feel that uh, uh, is okay, so challenging factor to evaluate, okay, so whether the drug is basically related with the suspected adverse drug reaction, or whether the procedure. Okay, so this is one. And the second thing is, okay, so I mean, herbal medicine is a drug. It's not food. It's not, okay, so it's not a element so which can be, okay, it's not a substance which can be procured over the counter, right? So consumers also many times, okay, so they used to feel that, okay, so this is herbal, so this is natural, so when it is natural, okay, so they feel that it is safe. But okay, many times it may be, but it's not always safe, right? So herbal practices, they may be safe in comparison to some, okay, so other practices of medicine, let it be conventional medicine, but they are not always safe. They have their own, okay, so limitations. And at many times, the industries also, what they used to do is, okay, so they used to advertise that, okay, so herbal medicine originated from nature, belongs to, okay, so green therapy, right? So they may advertise that, okay, so this is a herbal one, and it's okay, so it belongs to green therapy, it's herbal therapy, and has no toxins in that one, so no chances of adverse effects. And many a times, okay, they even say that people can take them in the long run. They can say that, okay, so they can be consumed for okay, so years together. So such kind of advertisements, otherwise such kind of so sayings, they many a times they mislead the consumers, and many a times, okay, so they may settle in adverse events by such kind of misuse. So herbal medicines, okay, so herbal products, herbal medicinal products, so they are not completely free from possibility of toxicity. They're not free. They are not completely free from possibility of toxicity. So adverse effects are always anticipated. So that's why, so one need to be very careful. So advertisements. So the, okay, so consumers perspective towards, okay, so traditional practice. Okay, so this is also one big challenge. Okay, so when the pharmacovigilance of AYUSH, okay, so practices comes. So and okay, so as I mentioned, so herbal medicine is a drug, so it's not a food. And many a times, okay, so it happens that a fraction of herbal medicines, okay, so as a non-prescription medicines also, okay, so many times it happens, right? Okay, so the patient, okay, so he may feel that, okay, so ये तो उसके लिए काम करता है, right? Okay, so they may be, okay, so I may be diabetic, and some other, okay, so diabetic individual, so he may be consuming, let it be Triphala or whatever it may be. Okay, so let it be Guduchi, Giloy, okay, so which is a wonderful anti-diabetic drug. Okay, so Giloy, okay, so he may be suitable, okay, so that Giloy, otherwise that Guduchi, so it may be working in that specific individual. It may not be suitable to me. Okay, so right, so the sugar levels are controlled better, okay, so in him, but okay, so considering his okay, so blood glucose levels, otherwise okay, so the effectiveness of Guduchi in that specific individual, if at all I am starting without any supervision, okay, so it may create some sort of inconvenience. So that's why, okay, so if at all we are using it as a such kind of herbal practices as a non-prescription medicine. Otherwise, if at all we are procuring over the counter, you suppose, without any supervision, you suppose it may create some sort of inconvenience. And many herbs, okay, so they may be supplied as food supplements, dietary supplements, and botanicals, and whatnot. Okay, so there are FSSAI's regulations. If at all you are looking, you suppose somebody else. Okay, so this even mentioned some queries. They raised some query in this chat box. I saw that one. Okay, so there are around 6 to 7 different categories of okay, so herbal food supplements. Okay, so they have been mentioned under the regulations of FSSAI. So that is a different aspect ministry is taking care of. Okay, so this area, and so there are huge enormous discussions are going on possible, of course. Okay, so framing regulations is not okay, so it won't take otherwise over the night. Okay, so nothing is possible, but okay, so definitely people are behind this specific issue, authority, ministry. Okay, so they are behind this issue. Possible that by the end of, okay, so this year or next year, okay, so these regulations will change, I feel so. There are, okay, so subtleties, okay, so in the legal differentiation in between, okay, so food supplement and herbal medicine. So pharmacovigilance, okay, so reporting so may not be compulsory. So when the drug is procured over the counter, or okay, so when the drug is administered, okay, so in such kind of okay, so food supplements, otherwise dietary supplements, there's the adverse drug reactions, okay, so that might develop in such cases, okay, so may not enter into the databases, may not be, okay, so noticed, may not be recognized. Okay, so this is, and at the same time, okay, so it will give okay, so negative impact also, okay, so to the science, right? So that is okay, so another factor what I was thinking to put in front of you. And complexity of, okay, so traditional, okay, so medicinal product is also, okay, so another important factor. Okay, unlike these synthetic drugs, herbal medicines, okay, so they are typically chemically, okay, so the chemical complex products they are, and they are not a single isolated compound, right? If at all it is acetaminophen, okay, so there is one molecule, so pharmacokinetics and dynamics can be done very easily. But if at all it is a single herb, you suppose, or turmeric, if at all you suppose, okay, so single herbal drug, okay, so I'm speaking, it's not a compound formulation or simple a single herbal drug, if at all we are speaking, okay, so it contains huge number of, okay, so right, chemically active uh, functional groups. Okay, so if it's a single isolated molecule, it is very easy to say that, okay, so where it is entering, how it is metabolizing, how it is interacting, where, okay, so what is the target organ, and okay, so what kind of action has been exerted. So that is very simple. But okay, so if at all it is a, I mean, complex, okay, herbal, okay, so single drug, you suppose it is very complex to identify what exactly, which alkaloid, which functional group is exerting, okay, so that activity, and which one is not. So okay, so that is one thing. And second thing is okay, so we are not using single herbal powder, otherwise, okay, so single herbal drug as such. Okay, so we are using compound formulations. Okay, so these compound formulations, they contain, okay, so n number of, okay, so ingredients starting, okay, so it may be 2 ingredients, it may be 10, it may be 20, it may be 50, or it may be sometimes, okay, so more than that. Okay, so that phenomena is, okay, so it is very complex. So when something happens, some inconvenience is noticed, to suppose, it becomes very difficult to say that, okay, so this, okay, so we can it becomes difficult to pinpoint, okay, so what exactly, which ingredient is actually responsible for that, okay, suspected adverse drug reaction. So that is one thing. And a chemo profile of, okay, so the herbs, okay, so that is also one important factor. That is of course in a secondary where if at all we are going, you suppose we can see, okay, so this chemo profile, okay, what I mean over here is, okay, so the drug, if at all it is collected, you suppose, okay, I mean, so which part of the drug is to be collected, at which season, okay, at what time, okay, so from which part of the country, okay, so right, even for that also, okay, so there are different views. Okay, so whether we need to collect it from Mysore, or whether we need to collect it from, okay, so Trivandrum, or whether we need to collect it from Jammu Kashmir. Okay, so when the drug is collected from different parts of the country, you suppose, okay, so such kind of, okay, advisories are there in, at least in classical literature of Ayurveda. Okay, so if at all we are not following these things, you suppose, okay, so then maybe that chemo profile will change. When the chemo profile changes, okay, so we don't know what kind of okay, so action, otherwise, okay, so activity, how that activity will change. Okay, so that activity will be in a positive way or negative way, so that also we don't know. So such kind of okay, so things are there, okay, so which are biggest challenges, okay, so in whenever we are handling the pharmacovigilance program for such kind of traditional okay, so medicines. And another thing is, okay, the same thing what I mentioned. Okay, so we used to use multiple ingredients, and it is not always possible to identify all of them. Thus, understanding such complexity, okay, so is a difficult task in traditional medical therapeutics. And besides, okay, so I just mentioned only the herbal, otherwise single, otherwise, okay, so compound formulations, but not only herbal and compound formulations. There are, you know it very well. Okay, so Siddha friends are there, and so Ayurveda friends are also there. Okay, so in this gathering, they know it very well that okay, so not only the herbals, but the animal resources and mineral resources and metal resources. Okay, so they plays a significant role in therapeutics. So without okay, so understanding, without referring the metallic and mineral fraction or animal resources, the traditional practices will become incomplete. So of course, okay, so these metallic fractions, okay, how we are going to process it? Okay, so what is the pre-processing mechanism? So if at all, okay, so these pre-processing, okay, so mechanisms are not followed, you suppose, okay, what happens? Okay, so all these things are okay, so meticulously they have been explained in the classical literature, but okay, but if at all, okay, so there is no documentation, you suppose, okay, so in such cases, okay, so it becomes difficult to handle. So all such resources are okay, so they are also needed to be considered. Okay, so whenever a pharmacovigilance of traditional practices, okay, so is considered, and and this is okay, so another aspect, okay, complexity of okay, so research in safety of herbal drugs. Okay, so I'm not saying that okay, so there is no safety profiles on herbal drugs, but still, okay, so we need to have a huge documentation. So whatever the documentation that is available at this specific time factor, time period, so is not enough to convince, or okay, so at least it is not in a position to understand what exactly, how exactly the minimal data, okay, so about the toxic herb. Okay, so what are the toxic target organs? Okay, so what is the safe dose range, right? So what is the safety window for effective dose, and what is the minimum toxic dose? Okay, so these things are supposed to be even evaluated, so which is lacking. So I'm not saying that okay, so 100% it is lacking, but okay, so there is a preliminary efforts. Okay, so they have been done in this direction, but comprehensive information on okay, so single herbal, okay, so material, so it is not yet available. If at all it is available, you suppose, then at least we can say that okay, so if a formulation contains some sort of schedule even drug, you suppose, then we can say that possibly okay, so this may be because of okay, so this okay, so XYZ. So that is okay, so one thing, and this is okay, so another important aspect. So I can say it's a biggest challenge, herb drug interactions. Okay, so this is yesterday. Okay, so some of the panelists, they touched this area. I feel Arun Gupta ji, or I couldn't recollect also whether it is GP Mahanta ji. Okay, so this is uh, uh, an important area. So and underestimated area also in therapeutics, at least. Okay, so whenever a patient comes, okay, so if at all it's a diabetic or hypertensive, okay, so he may be taking already some antihypertensives and anti okay, so diabetic drugs or whatever it may be. For pathology, he may be taking some medicines. And usually he used to, okay, whenever the traditional practices are intervened, you suppose, okay, so they used to ask whether we can consume it along with the conventional drugs or not. So in such cases, it becomes difficult to us. Okay, so because we don't have any such sort of uh, uh, documentation. Otherwise, okay, so data to say that yes, okay, so these drugs can be taken along with okay, conventional drugs. So this much of gap is supposed to be observed. Okay, so that information is lacking in traditional okay, so systems of medicines currently. And so that's what I mentioned, unfortunately. Okay, so evidences on herb drug interactions and their concomitant use with prescribed is meager. And okay, so all these okay, so herbal medicines are okay. So as I mentioned, okay, so just now it is a complex mixture of okay, so more than one active ingredient. Okay, so it's not one single molecule. Okay, so there are various active ingredients are there, where active functional groups are there. Okay, so in these herbal medicines, so a multitude of okay, so active ingredients will always increase the possibility of interactions between herbal medicines and all such kind of okay, concomitant conventional drugs. there is one possibility. And moreover, what happens is, okay, so all these users of medicinal herbs are usually suffering from chronic conditions for which, okay, so they are likely to take, okay, so prescribed drugs concomitantly. So there's in turn, okay, so what happens is further it increases the possibilities or chances of potential herb drug interactions. Of course, okay, so few works are there in this direction, but exactly, okay, if at all the drug is used in raw form, okay, so what happens, okay, so whether it is going to interact with the conventional, okay, so molecule or not, okay, so at which dose level it is safe, which dose level it is unsafe, okay, so if at all there is an interaction, suppose, so what is the nature of that interaction, whether it is synergistic or whether it is antagonistic, okay, so such kind of data is currently it is very little. So that's why, okay, so we need to be very careful in this direction. And this is also, okay, one specific area, objectionable advertisements. Biggest challenge again, for not only for traditional systems of medicines, but okay, so this is for, okay, so for various sectors, okay, so this objectionable advertisement is a biggest challenge. So misleading, okay, so advertisements, okay, so it is rampant in this scenario, particularly, okay, so in many countries, okay, so if at all we are looking, we suppose it is rampant. And such products, okay, so are generally, okay, so usually, okay, so they will be ineffective. And when such kind of ineffective products are used, you suppose, okay, so they will lead to, okay, so potential serious side effects. So that's why, okay, so it is pertinent to note at this point that, okay, so right, more than 59 okay, so percentage, okay, so 59% of, okay, member countries, okay, so this is the WHO's documentation, what I was mentioning here, that 59% of member states, more than okay, 110 states, member states, okay, so they have reported that lack of appropriate mechanisms to control and regulate traditional and complementary medical advertisements. Okay, so this is huge. Okay, so 60% of member states, okay, so if at all they are speaking that, okay, so such kind of misleading advertisements are existing in their scenario and they are not in a position to control them. Okay, it indicates that, okay, so how rampant, okay, so this, okay, condition is. So and we are happy to say that except the program, okay, so our program, except our program of okay, pharmacovigilance program for ASU and H drugs, none of the pharmacovigilance programs, okay, so existing in the global scenario, they never considered, okay, so reporting, otherwise looking towards, okay, so such kind of objectionable advertisements in their program. So pharmacovigilance program of India, so the two of ASU and H drugs, is the only program in entire globe which is taking care of objectionable advertisements. So this is, okay, so one of the biggest challenge that okay, so that was felt by, okay, so WHO. And skilled manpower, okay, so this is also, okay, one important factor, because there are many issues, okay, so behind this one, that this is the biggest challenge once again, so in implementing the program. So despite of global concerns against, okay, so this ASU and H traditional medical drug safety, so there is still, okay, lack of awareness and knowledge of pharmacovigilance and suspected ADR reporting among various stakeholders of, okay, so traditional practices. And all such professionals, they need to have considerable knowledge and expertise so that they can successfully contribute in the pharmacovigilance program. Okay, so these two, okay, so sentences, they have been copied from a WHO document. Of course, okay, so they may be, okay, so writing this one considering the global status, global scenario. But if at all we are looking in the, okay, so Indian scenario, you suppose, definitely we can say that, okay, so there is no otherwise, okay, so of course, okay, so we may not be expertise, okay, so still, okay, so we are in a budding phase, but at least, okay, so there is some sort of awareness is there towards, okay, so the pharmacovigilance practices, what exactly is the pharmacovigilance, and okay, so what kind of programs are being taken care by Ministry of AYUSH. Okay, so this awareness is there. Of course, it may take some more time to become, okay, so more conversant, okay, so with the various methodologies, okay, so how to evaluate, okay, so how to implement, okay, so how to evaluate the causality and all these things. So it may take some more time, right? But okay, so this is one biggest challenge. And to improve this awareness itself, okay, so the first objective of this program is to conduct various awareness programs, okay, so programs. And so this program what we are setting today is also, okay, so one such sort of program where towards, the concepts of pharmacovigilance program are being disseminated at this program, right? So this is, okay, so one challenge. And yeah, so this aspect, it has already been yesterday Arun Gupta ji, he mentioned about this. And just to increase the awareness, way back in, okay, so almost a decade back, okay, so Professor Bagil ji and Raghunarayan ji, so they took active part in this one. They wrote to ministry, they wrote to Central Council for Indian Medicine for involving so the topics of, okay, so this program in the curriculum, AYUSH curriculum. And of course, in postgraduate curriculum of Ayurveda, okay, so this became a part in first year and second year. Okay, pharmacovigilance of ASU and H drugs is one topic. So some program, okay, so it has been there, and it is there in the curriculum. And a similar sort of, okay, so curriculum points are supposed to be involved, or to be added when we consider, okay, so the pharmacovigilance program in homeopathy, Unani, and Siddha, and other so curriculums also. So that was mentioned yesterday. And not only in the postgraduate curriculum, but okay, so as mentioned yesterday, so this is supposed to be included into the curriculum of undergraduate okay, so courses, that too in the final year topics. Okay, so this was mentioned yesterday. So this uh, so we should take. So we'll look into that one. So this is one area, one challenge, and this is another challenge: material vigilance. We are looking towards only the pharmacovigilance.
Sorry to interrupt, Dr. Galib. As we
Yes,
are
sir.
running late, not the time is
Yes.
beyond the allocated time.
And
Please concise
yes,
it. Thank you.
right.
Thank you.
I'm at the end of, okay, so a couple of slides are there. So material vigilance is, okay, so one important factor again. So this branch is it is gaining momentum in conventional science. So that is being implemented to ensure the safety of medical devices. So medical device can be any sort of instrument, and any sort of, okay, apparatus. So that is intended for diagnosis or prevention or control or treatment, or whatever it may be. So under this, okay, so material vigilance, okay, so any sort of dysfunction or any change, okay, so of the characteristics and okay, performance of a device, or which may lead to risk or serious relapse in the state of health of patients, need to be reported. So you know it very well, and all of us, okay, so knows very well that, okay, so in Unani system of medicine, in okay, Ayurveda system of medicine, in Siddha, or okay, so all, okay, so these traditional medical practices. So we used to use some sort of instruments. Let it be, okay, so enema pot or enema catheter, or various sorts of instruments. Okay, so various sorts of vessels. Okay, so what we used to use. Okay, so all these vessels also, okay, so they have their own impact on the therapeutic therapeutics of, okay, so various formulations. Okay, so that's why if at all we are changing these things, you suppose what happens if at all the enema parts, okay, size is increased, you suppose what happens. Okay, so whether it gives the similar kind of, if at all we are using that leech, okay, leech application. So if at all good quality of leech, or bad quality of leech. Okay, so such kind of, okay, so enormous applications are there, so which are also supposed to be considered. Okay, so whenever adverse drug reaction is there, you suppose we exclusively we shouldn't see towards only the herbal formulation, otherwise the, okay, drug as such. Okay, so all these aspects are also supposed to be considered. So the second thing is, okay, so assessment criteria is one thing. Yesterday Shaniji was also mentioning. Okay, so currently, of course, for the time being, we are using, okay, so this scale, Naranjo scale, but as such it is not applicable to traditional systems of medicines that we understood. And that's why, okay, so we even wrote to IPC, we wrote to SEDESCO, we wrote to WHO country office, we wrote to, okay, so technical advisory committee members to advise on this one. So we are anticipating, okay, so there, okay, so a few members, they have already communicated their views on this one. So possible that, okay, so we'll take some more time to come out with a possible casualty assessment scale for traditional systems of medicines. So that's why, okay, so there are innumerous, okay, so challenges are there. Okay, so whenever we are speaking something about, okay, so traditional practices, otherwise AYUSH practices, so we need to be very careful. Okay, so whenever okay, so such kind of formulations are being, and whenever categorically, whenever we are looking towards, okay, so pharmacovigilance aspects of traditional practices. So I would like to conclude, okay, so this presentation with this, okay, so quote from Charaka Samhita, what he said that Vidya Vitarko Vijnanam Smrutis Tatparata Kriyaha. So he says that na sadhyamati vartate. There is nothing impossible. There is nothing impossible for those, okay, so who have scholarship, who have thoughtfulness, who have wisdom, attentiveness, and diligence and action. So all my friends, all my coordinators, all my program associates, all my program assistants, and okay, so each and every professional individual of okay, so AYUSH traditional practices who are okay, so involved in this program or not involved, okay, so all the stakeholders, okay, so all those things, okay, people, they are scholars, they know, so okay, so what is what and how to report, where to report, okay, so all these things, okay, so they know it very well. And if at all, okay, so we are together, you suppose nothing is impossible. So this is challenges are there, okay, so definitely we can come over, okay, so such kind of challenges, okay, so with uh, combined efforts, it's not the individual effort, combined effort, if at all it is there, you suppose definitely we can reach I mean the objectives of the program. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. My personal mail ID is there, and the official mail ID, you know it very well. You can go to the test Pharmacovigilance website, okay, so you can write to us, and particularly, okay, you provide inputs so that how we can strengthen it. I mentioned that, okay, so we are budding, so we are just growing, we started breathing now. So if at all we want to grow in a systematic direction, I suppose we definitely need the technical positive inputs. So I take this opportunity to thank the organizers, and thank the audience for hearing me. Thank you so much for being there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Galib. Thank you. You have enlightened the very important parts which are challenges implementing in the pharmacovigilance programs of not only Ayurveda, but all the AYUSH system of medicine, where you have highly elaborated the points like typically, because the herbal drugs are not a separate chemical entity, they are typically interaction, objectionable advertisement also been covered. The requirement of skilled manpower in the field is also been discussed. Material vigilance also has been discussed. Most important, the standardization of the terminology and the lack of control on the misleading advertisement are also the big major challenges for all the eye system of medicine. Definitely, because of the time constraint, we are not bringing any question to you. At the end, we will be asking some of the questions raised by our valuable participants. Thank you, Dr. Galib. Now we are, let me introduce our speaker, Dr. R. Meena Kumari, who is, she is the Director of National Institute of Siddha, Chennai. Basically, she did her bachelor's degree in Siddha Medicine, Government Siddha Medical College, Palankoti, and Master's degree, MD in Government Siddha Medical College, Chennai. Presently, Madam is working as the Director, National Institute of Siddha. Over to Dr. Professor D. Meena Kumari, Madam, for your presentation.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning,
I will be very happy to have you all here for an eye-opening seminar, which is conducted by National Institute of Unani, Bangalore. And I wish to congratulate the team, Director NIUM Bangalore and Director NIUM Chennai, and the coordinator, Dr. Abdul Kwamri, for a very perfect coordination. I wish to convey my greatest gratitude to the program chief, Dr. Kotecha ji, advisor AYUSH, for this wonderful seminar conducting in the need of the hour. First of all, I wish to convey my gratitude and thanks for giving me this opportunity in this seminar to view my experience and some of my inputs in this pharmacovigilance seminar. And absolutely, Dr. Galip elaborately mentioned all the adverse effects and our proficiency about the pharmacovigilance ASU drugs in this seminar very elaborately. I thank once again for him a wonderful presentation. And of course, we all know no drug is safe, including ASU drugs. Unless we are many of us are feeling our drugs are safe and everything for the past decades. And now we are recognizing and aware about, we are coming into the awareness platform that ASU drugs should come under this pharmacovigilance category, and we have to enter into the scientific platform by this procedures. So all the ASU drugs, including Siddha, they will be, if any drug which are having effects, ultimately have side effects also. And in our Siddha literature, Siddhas in their textual references, they strongly mention even food itself has its own toxicity, and they mention some in additive ingredients to nullify the ill effects of the food also. In our textual reference, we are prescribing some 3 dosha samapurulkal to nullify the toxicity or ill effects of the food items. In this small introduction of our Siddha conceptual pharmacovigilance conceptual, I will enter into the topics, and I hope this screen is visible to everyone. Let me start my presentation. And NIS is one of the intermediary IPVC Chennai center, and we are practicing pharmacovigilance procedures as per the guidance given by the central team. And we are it's a small introduction about the NIS. We are started in 2005, and we are having 6 PG branches and 10 general OPDs and 10 OPDs, special OPDs, and the OP strength is 2,500 to 3,000 per day. And it is a NABH accredited hospital, and we are procuring our medicines from a GMP certified, the first step for pharmacovigilance program, the procuring medicines from a GMP certified company, and we are doing the same in the IMCOPS. It's a cooperative pharmaceuticals, and TAMCOL, it's a government state government based pharmaceuticals. We are procuring medicines from these 2 manufacturing companies. And as you know, there are 14 peripheral pharmacovigilance center, and NIS plays the head of the institution in the Tamil Nadu Intermediary Pharmacovigilance Center. And as you all know, there are 14 periphery pharmacovigilance center. And Siddha system currently.
Sorry, madam, you can access that your presentation. You can scroll it also, madam.
Is it visible?
Of course, it is visible. You can operate that one, madam, so that we can see one by one all the slides, ma'am.
Okay. And the 14 centers are placed in Puducherry, Thiruvananthapuram, Chennai Government Siddha Medical College, Palangotte Siddha Medical College, Government Headquarters Hospital, Chidambaram, Dindukkal, Perundurai, Erode, Viluppuram, and Trichy, and one Siddha Clinical Research Unit at Delhi, and Government Hospital Kamudi, Theni Medical College, and the Government Hospital Kanyakumari, Kulithurai. The 14 centers are situated in Tamil Nadu. And about Siddha, you all know, it's one among the ancient system which originates in Tamil Nadu and spreads over in India. And it is believed it is the most ancient system in our traditional medicinal plants, traditional medicinal systems. And in Siddha, we are using not only metals and minerals, we are using herbs and animal products also, marine animal products also. And in our Siddha formulation, we have 32 types of internal and 32 types of external medicines. The most unique methodology which the route of drug administration mentioned here in internal and external medicines are very innovative, and where they are very coordinatingly match with the allopathic system of medicine. That is the new advanced applications of medicines which are being practiced at those times in Siddha medicine.
Madam, sorry to interrupt you, madam. Sorry, you please go for the slide sharing. In the bottom of your presentation slide, you please share the slide so that all the slides can be visible, madam.
Slides are not visible, sir.
No, madam, you just go for a slide sharing. In the bottom right side, you have a slide sharing facility.
Okay.
You can share. All the people can see your slides, madam. Before that, you enable that, ma'am. Because you are in your slides, there is enable editing is there now. You just go for enable editing. After that, go for the slide sharing, please.
Is it visible, sir?
Yes, madam. Yes, ma'am. Now it is okay. Yeah, madam. Please continue, madam. Thank you. Sorry for the interruption. Here I said about the Siddha system and its uniqueness, and the drugs used in our system are herbs, minerals, metals, and animal origin drugs are used. And there are 32 types of internal and 32 types of external medicines we have. And in this 32 type, we have a newer drug administration, route of drug administration. Like fumigation, inhalation, and smoking, like medicines which are very, very, very innovative in those days. This includes leech therapy, massage therapy, varmam, tokanam, etc. And we have some unique higher order medicines in our 32 types of internal and 32 types of external medicine. These newer drug higher order medicines have very unique properties, like they are very safe and less in dose, and very assimilable in our body when administration. And it is very, very shelf life is very long, and it rejuvenates the body, and we can keep this medicine for a long time. That for example, we can keep it for 500 years and so on. So these are all the unique preparations. Padangam, it got from sublimation. Kattu, which we cannot destroyable by any methods of fire and water, everything. And Kalangu, it's a amalgamation form of medicine. And Chunnam, it's a higher order calcination. Karpam, it's a rejuvenation therapy. This is very unique in Siddha, that is Kaya Kalpam. There are a lot of methods which includes herbs, minerals, and even metals also. And there is one Sattu which we got from extraction method, which is also a very unique preparation. And the extreme Guru Kuligai, it is a reputed pills. So these are all the unique preparations, the higher order preparations, which are easily once made, and we can keep it for a long time, and it is easy to administer also. And in our AYUSH system, ASU drugs, we have in our recent years, Siddha plays a major role
in pharmacovigilance also. We are here using all the herbal and metallic mineral drugs, and we are monitoring the adverse drug reactions and everything. And even we are assuming that our Siddha drugs are very safe. And even though we are monitoring the side effects and adverse drug reactions, and which are also documented through the pharmacovigilance program. According to WHO, pharmacovigilance is the science. As you all know, it is a drug-related issues which are documented after administering to the patients the ill effects other than the expected action of the drug. Pharmacovigilance and Siddha. Pharmacovigilance, it pertains the safe usage of Siddha drugs and the information to the Siddha doctors, and information gathered from the Siddha literature, and it should always convey to the patients about the drug usage and drug dosage, duration, and the pathyam, which we mentioned about the drug, food taken during the administration of drugs, which will enhance the medicine usage and action of the medicine. So we have to monitor all the procedure which are very much carefully taken by the patient, and the drug effect which is mentioned in our literature. So in our Siddha literature, there is a text called Kannusamiyam Vaidya Sekaram, which is mentioned about the pharmacovigilance, which is mentioned as Kallapini, which denotes the adverse effects which are obtained during the administration of Siddha drugs. The drugs, the desired effects, other than the desired effects, we can call it for Kallapini. This Kallapini, which is caused by the drug, other than the desired effect, due to improper purification of the drug, improper preparation of the drug, inappropriate dose, duration, and seasonal administration, and the vehicle and pathyam also. There are in our Siddha literature, each and every drug for each and every herbs, minerals, metals, and even animal products, we are having a textual reference for unique preparations which are mentioned for purification and preparation of drugs. We have to go through all the procedures as per the protocol mentioned in our textual text for each and every drug. Even without any drug without purification, they denote, the Siddhas denote it is a sin to follow the purification. Without purification, it is a sin, and the doctor will be punished by the God without preparing the medicine without purification. So it is ultimately, it is mentioned strongly, we have to purify all the drugs as per the textual references, each and every drugs, and they mention even water for drinking water. That is, we have to drink water after boiling it to some extent as per the text. We have to boil it for 10 to 20 minutes at the temperature of 100 degrees. It is mentioned as per the traditional way of traditional methods. Like so on, they are mentioning each and every product should undergo the purification process mentioned by Siddhas in various texts. So this is the after purification, the drug became nullified or modified in toxicity and its ill effects, and enhanced its drug reactions, drug effects. So we have to, these are all the quality assurance tests mentioned in our textual references for each and every drug preparations. For example, we have some quality assurance test for Pashpam, that we are calcination process. After completion of the process, we have to test for its lusterness, fingerprint test, and thermal stability and solubility on water, and floating in water also. These are all the guidelines mentioned in our sauce preparation. As so on, this is not only for metallic preparations. We are having some methodology for churnam and lehiam, meluku, everything. We have some quality assurance test. And every pharmaceutical manufacturers are in Gunapadam department. We gone through the quality assurance test for the complete the prepared drug test, so that only it will enter into the drug administration and for the distribution to the patients. And improper purification of drugs leads to incomplete form of medicine, and that will cause even death in the patients. This is also mentioned in our text. For example, the sulfur is method of purification of sulfur. Sulfur in our textual reference, there are so many stages that having 10 to 20 stages mentioned in our text. First, we have to choose the raw drug, and we have to powder it, and we have to heat it, and we have to immerse the entire sulfur into the milk, and by a cloth sieving method. And the sulfur this is repeated up to 32 times for sulfur itself. For like this, we are having unique purification methods for even gold, copper, mercury, arsenic, everything. Even herbs also, we have to go through all the purification methods mentioned in our Siddha textual references. If not properly done the purification, the medicine become incomplete, and it is not suitable for the distribution of distributed to the patients. And the improper purification leads to unfavorable and desirable reactions in the patient. And already I have mentioned it's a sin in our practice. And some of the drugs which are mentioned in our literature, some drugs should be administered during some seasons, like Adimadra Churnam. This is administered in Chitrai and Adi, that is mid-April to mid-August. After that, we should not use, because the season will be changed. Adimadra is characterized for cold itself. So it is administered in the Chitrai and Adi, where the season will be hot, and the body became very, somewhat adjustable to the heat. Like Linga Pashpam, it is administered in the winter season, and Ayaparpam, it is administered for 32 days from January to December. And after that, we have to discontinue the medicine. After that, we have some Patyam and Repatyam also mentioned in our text. Like Karvanga Chenduram, any successive days, 29 to 32 days between January to December. After that, we have to discontinue the drug. So, in our Siddha literature, there are a strict dose regimen is mentioned for each and every metallic preparation. For it is mentioned as Uttamam. This is prescribed dose for prescribed duration, and Mattimam, this is more than the prescribed dose and more than the prescribed duration. It is called Mattimam. Less amount of ill effects will cause. They mentioned like this. And Adamam, we should not follow more than 10 days or more than 15 days, like prescribed duration. Adamam, we should not anyhow we should not do this practice. Adamam. So we have to follow the Uttamam dosage, Uttamam duration, Uttamam Patyam also. This is the dose and duration, everything mentioned for each and every metallic preparation. we have to follow the Uttama dose, duration, everything. Like duration and dose, we have to select a best adjuvant, that is the vehicle prescribed each and every metallic drug or any herbal drug in our Siddha system. It is mentioned in some adjuvant which is to be added in while taking the drug, which may enhance the effect of drug, and simultaneously it nullifies the toxicity, and it enhances the assimilability in our body. So we have to choose the adjuvant accordingly as per the body condition, constituency, and as per the disease pattern, and as per the drug itself. So we have to follow all the procedures to choose the adjuvant also. And the adjuvant always will be the milk, honey, and ghee, water, like so on. And the Pathiyam, we are mentioning every for all patients with some diseases, and with some metallic drugs, and some diseases also. For example, for Rasagandhi Melugu, we are prescribing which contains mercury and sulfur. We can mention they have to not to follow some bitter gourd or some tamarind like products. Some vegetables like karamani, some pulses, like dietary restrictions we have mentioned in along with the drugs prescription. These are all the Pathiyam products which we have to avoid during the during drug administration, which spoils the drug assimilation, and which obstruct the drug absorption, and which reacts against with the drug action. So we have to avoid such as Sesbania, Agatikkirai, Pugailai, tobacco, and bitter gourd, paharkai, and tamarind for tamarind, and kadalai, Cicer aretinum. So these are all the products we have to avoid during the drug administration. Some of our adverse drug reactions mentioned in our Siddha drug literature for some indications. These are all reporting ADR at NIS. We are first the OPD and IPD. We have awareness program for our all PGs and faculties. They will administer drug, and along with while administer the drug, we are mentioning about to note the adverse reactions, and reporting to the IPVC cell at NIS. Through interrogation and examination, we are in the suspected cases, we are sending the patient to first we have to withdraw the drug for 1 week, and we have to monitor the patient, and the patient is undergo for observation for another 1 week, and treatment for the adverse reactions, and our spontaneous withdrawal of symptoms. They are watching for adverse reactions, and if it is worsen, some of the safe Siddha drugs will be prescribed, and advise the patient to come for the follow-up, and everything we are documenting very properly according to the guidelines given by the Pharmacovigilance Center. And till date, we are having total number of ADR is 84, and total number of ADS is 1012. It is reported up to August 2020. And some of the commonest reactions are irritation, itching, erythema, and mouth ulcers, and gum discoloration, diarrhea, vomiting, and giddiness. Very rarely we are having a difficulty in breathing. no, one thing we have to mention, till date, we have no death reporting due to the drug reaction. We are keenly watching for death itself. So yearly detection of adverse reaction is one of the reason. So we are very sure about it, sir. And challenges and in implementing the pharmacovigilance in AYUSH system, some of these challenges we face, but in our center we are constantly performing awareness programs and educate the faculties and PGs about the pharmacovigilance adverse reactions in our centers. We are keenly monitoring everything, and some of our some inhibitions are there about the lack of knowledge in pharmacokinetics and pharmacodynamics. So these informations are very less for our ASU drugs, and uncertainty and unconformity of the ADR diagnosis and the ADR, and it is difficult to identify the specific drug when combining with a lot of combination of drugs we are administering. So we cannot specify or pinpoint any such drug for ADR, and concomitant use of other AYUSH systems, sorry, other allopathic medicine along with the Siddha. So we cannot find out any such single condition in like these issues, and difficult to specify some issues due to some particular drug. So these are all complex Siddha formulations are there in our literature. So we cannot pinpoint or specify any particular drug for this reaction. Some of the drugs we have mentioned in our literature. So we are very like crotontiglium and serangotai. These are all some drugs which are mentioned in our literature. While administering those drugs, we are very cautiously alarming the patient to whether they are advised to monitor their symptoms like diarrhea and itching, everything. So we can find out that adverse drug reactions for those drugs, for not all these drugs, all Siddha drugs. And challenges for Siddha physician. So it is very uncertainty and specificity to locate the particular drug and comorbid patients, and there is some lacking in awareness and the safety of the patients. So we have to ensure the safety of the drug to the patients, and lack of information how to report and how to observe the ADR and how to sort out the issues in to sort out the conducting sensitization programs, and inaccurate reporting among the patients, and it is a time to include the necessity and necessity to include the curriculum about the pharmacovigilance to some extent. Now it's very little in our curriculum. We are planning to add some more awareness and topics in the curriculum also. So drug manufacturing level, the pharma companies are very much they are conducting some awareness program for the drug manufacturers while preparing the drugs for safety, and guidelines they have to maintain. The guidelines they have to procure, guidelines they have to follow when procuring the raw drugs, and the guidelines they have to follow while preparing the drug and marketing the drug. Everything we are giving periodical awareness to the manufacturers also. Some challenges and the patient compliance during administering the drug to the patients. The patients may go for inappropriate dose or inappropriate duration without consulting the doctor, or without without minding the prescription, taking the drug for a longer time in and inappropriate adjuvant, and they are not aware to follow the pathyam everything. It may lead to some adverse reactions, and so we have to very particular about the monitoring, and we are teaching, giving awareness to the PGs and everything to follow the prescription very particularly. So patient is advised to not take self-medication, and against the prescription, they are advised along with the other medical guidelines. So we can overcome these challenges through the awareness program, and unnecessary prescription of too many drugs, and continuous proper prescription, encouraging the proper prescription, and monitoring the post marketing surveillance, and monitoring the safety and efficacy reports by the patients while prescribing and while advising, and the patient have to educate about the drug which they are prescribing. So the drug actions, as well as we have to educate the patient what are all the effects and the ill effects while taking the drugs, while monitoring the while following the pathyam and everything. The patient have to follow all the procedures and guidelines prescribed by the doctor, and doctor himself has to monitor the patients for taking the drug properly. So these are all the points we have to monitor for doctors. This is as well as the patients. This dose and duration and diet regimen which we have to follow and advise the patient to take as per the guidelines given by the doctor, and as per the schedule prescribed by the doctor, and the doctor itself have to monitor the patient for their proper administering the drug, whether they are taking the drug as per our guidelines or not, and the dose, duration, and diet regimen, and 3 actions required for the proper monitoring the pharmacovigilance. One is proper identification and nature of the adverse effects, and management of the risk factors we are monitoring, and the good conditioning of the taking the proper method of to nullify the risk. It is the responsibility of our ASU doctors, academicians, and physicians to reduce the pharmaco adverse reaction while administering our drug, and promoting awareness over our drugs for any adverse reactions while their management, and obtaining proper feedback from the patients, and and promoting awareness over the manufacturers while producing their drugs, and involving in pharmacovigilance action and awareness program in all manufacturers, and drug information system, developing a new drug information system, and following the existing system very specifically, and we have to promote consumer reporting system also, and we have to train our paramedicals also for adverse drug reactions. And the paramedicals also have to should have some awareness over the pharmacovigilance, like staff nurse, pharmacist, and ward boys. Everyone should know about the pharmacovigilance and adverse drug reactions, and where have to report and when have to report, and what are all the steps to be taken when we are addressing any adverse drug reactions. So the paramedical should also be educated. And it's our aims to follow the following procedures to minimize the adverse drug reactions in ASU drugs. We have to purchase the drugs from GMP certified companies, and we have to ensure the proper purification methods for any raw drugs by the standard protocols, which are all followed by the manufacturers. And we are here, our NIS, we are implementing AHMIS customized reporting system in AHMIS program, and the drug dosage and duration, everything should be monitored by the physician, and it has to be documented in the medical records, and dietary regimen should also documented, and adverse drug reactions, if any, has to be documented very particularly in our medical records. So we have to give adequate education to the medical officers, PGs, faculties, and paramedicals also. Periodically, we have to give education about this pharmacovigilance. So NIS is focusing the following aspects to standardize the pharmacovigilance documentation. So all the herbo mineral formulations, all the herbal formulations, animal and marine products, everything which are procured by from the as raw drugs or in prepared drugs, we are using all the medicines as per the guidelines, as per the drug regimen, and with the proper monitoring, with all the guidelines, diet and everything. So we are following all the guidelines given by the pharmacovigilance team. So from this, we are having such a wonderful pharmacovigilance awareness among the ASU doctors, and I thank once again for the coordination team and director NIUM Bangalore and Unani System of Medicine faculties for arranging such a nice webinar in this COVID situation. And I request each and every one of ASU doctors to go along with the scientific manner to spread our system throughout the world. Then only we can succeed in this scientific era. We have to introduce our drugs in a scientific manner. So we have to follow all the scientific procedures. One of the procedure is a pharmacovigilance, and it's the time to enter in the scientific world to prove our drug efficacy and uniqueness in the scientific world. And thank you once again. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, madam. Thank you for the wonderful and elaborative explanation on the concept and the practices of pharmacovigilance in Siddha system of medicine. You have shared the information of the Kalapini. Similarly, probably the concept is also there in Ayurveda and Muzir Musle in Unani medicine also. Like all the system will have the same concept. You have enlightened about the concept practices of ADR there in your system, along with the challenges and the responsibilities, how you are facing in National Institute of Siddha, also been enlightened. And most important, the prevention and minimizing of ADR, how you are preventing, how you are minimizing the ADRs in NIS, the mechanism through which how we are regulating is also been shared with us. Thank you for sharing all this information. Thank you, madam. Thank you once again. I take a privilege to invite our speaker, the next expert whom we have invited, Dr. Anil Khurana sir, is the Deputy Director General of Central Council for Research in Homeopathy, Ministry of AYUSH, Government of India. Sir is a well-known academician and the best administrator also. and he social involvement in the development of homeopathy. He was very much practical and instrumental in the upliftment of the homeo system of medicine in all over the India. Right now, sir is having more than 35 years of experience as a professional experience in teaching and practices. In his account, more than 60 articles, scientific articles are published in the peer and reviewed journals. Sir has been awarded with the Lifetime Achievement Award in 2016 by the Ministry of AYUSH, and he contributed for his significant services in alternative system of medicine. Also, he received one award in 2014. Khurana sir worked in all the areas of the research of homeopathy, including clinical research, basic research, fundamental research, and also the drug standardization of the homeo system of medicine. We have Dr. Anil Khurana sir. Yes, it's over to Anil Khurana sir for your presentation.
Good morning. Thank you for introducing me. I'm basically a researcher from the very beginning of my career. I joined as junior research fellow, and thanks for fortunate enough to reach to at this position of having a shared experience with my colleagues. I'm just sharing my presentation. I hope it is visible to all.
Yes, sir, it's visible. Yeah.
When we are talking about pharmacovigilance and homeopathy, I will be very short because I know we are running short of time. I will try to cover up in the shortest possible time. When we are talking about pharmacovigilance and homeopathy, there are many issues which I will be dealing with specifically to homeopathy. We all know that WHO has defined it very specifically that it is a as the science and activities relating to the detection and assessment, understanding and prevention of adverse effects or any other drug related problem. But in the next few lines, there's an important information which we need to take care while dealing with adverse effect or adverse reporting, adverse side effects or events also. This is the aims of pharmacovigilance are to enhance patient care and patient safety in relation to the use of medicines and to support public health programs by providing reliable, balanced information for the effective assessment of the risk-benefit profile of medicines. Although it has been extended to blood and blood products, medical devices and vaccines. Now, when we talk about the side effects and adverse drug reaction, we know that these are specifically defined in a certain way. But when we are looking into these side effects, adverse drug reaction or the adverse event, this important aspect which WHO has also highlighted is what the risk-benefit ratio. That has to be taken care of, whether the side effects or the adverse drug reaction, they outweighs or the benefit outweighs these side effects. So like vaccine trials, they usually go, vaccines are being given, but everybody knows there are certain side effects. Many allopathic medicines have side effects, but whether these side effects, which kind of these side effects are. So risk-benefit ratio has to be assessed at every point of time. These are common definitions about side effect. We know about this, but we usually say these are usually tolerated. And when we talk about adverse drug reaction, basically they are unintended response to a medical medicine product, even if they are properly prescribed. And when we are talking about adverse event, any untoward medical occurrence that may have present, but there is no causal relationship between with the treatment. That may come up at that point of time during the treatment. When we are talking about pharmacovigilance AYUSH, we have specific objectives, and we know about all of us know about this. That this is basically the objective is to establish system-wise database of adverse drug reactions, evidence-based recommendations towards clinical safety of ASU and H drugs, and surveillance and reporting of objectionable or misleading advertisement. But the foremost point which we should now deal with is inculcating the reporting culture. Although above objectives can only be achieved unless we have a good reporting culture in the system. So how this can be taken up, that we should also look into, and there should be some specific programs targeted to the practitioners in the field, or to the researchers, or to even the faculties. And there should be some time-bound program that how can we reach to at least 60 to 70% of population, this targeted population of physicians in a specific period of time. Only then this reporting culture will come up, and more such issues will be highlighted. Now, when we are talking about pharmacovigilance in AYUSH, there are some misconceptions. There are possibilities and malpractices. There are increasing concern on safety profile of drugs, and since we are AYUSH systems are getting globalized, these questions become pertinent. And then increased incidence of objectionable overclaiming advertisements that we have to take care. So now overclaiming advertisements we see these days during COVID-19 also. So these have to be dealt in specific manners so that people are not at harm in such a situation where we know the COVID disease is highly infectious disease, and people are now getting at a risk of high infection. And if somebody is claiming which is not having a substantive evidence, those have to be stopped at that level. There are misconceptions and beliefs about the AYUSH systems. They are usually considered safe. However, it may not be, because there is a lack of documentation at various levels. Even long-term use of medicine based on tradition assures both safety. This is what is generally considered, that these have been being hundreds of years, and that's why they are safe. But lack of documentation is basically that goes against this kind of a claim that these are being used long-term, and that's why they are safe. Now, homeopathic medicines are basically, when we talk about specific homeopathic, they are highly ultra-diluted, even beyond the detectable limits as per modern technology. So do these medicines are expected to cause side effect or any adverse drug reaction? That is a big question, especially when safe dose of the drug is known. We know that there are drugs which we know their safe dose, and even homeopathy, in homeopathy we are using much lower to that safe dose. So when we say it is undetectable in the, but they have a specific biological activity, this is the main concern which is being discussed in the homeopathic parlance. And do we need to talk about any kind of a side effect at this level? Because per se, they are much below the safe dose level. And when WHO has specifically shown concerns about medicines preparing from biological materials, where processes are not well defined, especially in homeopathy. There are certain drugs which are called nosodes. These nosodes are prepared from the biological material, infectious materials, even bacteria, viruses, fungal infections, all those things, and even from some of the medicines are prepared for cancer cells, even debris of the cancer cells and other things. So even disease tissues also. So there are many such products which are of biological origin, and there are concerns about that. They are very valid concerns shown by WHO, for which processes has to be defined, because many nosodes are in the market. Safety trial they have not gone through proper safety trial. That's why those CCRH now dealing with this particular issue in a specific manner. We are in the process of developing that kind of a specific SOP for developing such nosodes from the biological materials. We know that there are certain issues like drug interaction when used in conjunction with medicines. And for COVID, we know that many such trials are going on for adjuvant AYUSH treatment, like adjuvant homeopathy or adjuvant Ayurveda, because they are not allowing standalone treatment with this. And so what is the status of when drug-drug interactions they may likely to come up? So although homeopathic medicines are quite safe in that kind, the quantity of homeopathic medicine in their high ultra dosage is so low, there's almost nil chance of having any drug-drug interaction. Though adulterated or contaminated homeopathic medicines with allopathic medicines, chemicals such as corticosteroids, non-steroidal anti-inflammatory agents, these are some of the concerns which will have to be discussed in detail, and some guidelines have to be prepared how to address to these kind of situations where adverse drug reactions or some side effects are being reported when they are used in conjunction with each other. Preparations, formulations may contain lead, mercury, or arsenic, as we all know. These are some of the contaminants which come up at the time of preparation, and that's why one of my suggestion will be if this National Pharmacovigilance Centers, where the representative are here, if they can address to quality standards which are being, if there are some impurities or if their quality standards are not met and they are being reported at state drug testing labs, that information should also be shared with pharmacovigilance centers that such a product has not been found impurity. Either they should be, the physicians through a network of connectivity should know about that. They should not write that particular product in their prescriptions so that people are protected at large. So there should be some kind of a coordination between drug testing labs as well as pharmacovigilance centers to stop that kind of a misusage of a impure or below quality product. Homeopathic drugs, when these are sold, they are sold as OTC products. However, this is very uncommon because only some of the bio combinations are being sold as OTC products, or there are certain formulations of the companies which they are doing it. But by and large, most of these are being sold on the basis of prescription because they are generic medicines written by a homeopathic physician. When coming to the very core question of pharmacovigilance and homeopathy, there's a strong history why Master Henneman, who was the founder of homeopathy, he addressed this issue in the very beginning. That's why this foundation of homeopathy was laid down. He used to get such kind of a side effects of crude drugs, although today the conventional medicine has been refined to a very big level. At that point of time in 1800, late 1800, these kind of report in 1700, these kind of reporting was quite common and it was known to him. Although he himself was a modern physician at that point of time, but he gradually reduced the quantity of medicine and even reached to ultra high dilution level. That's why he could address the therapeutic powers minus the side effects of those drugs. That was that's why in our philosophy, if you read these specific paras in under section 264 and 272, he specifically did not advise mixture of several differently acting drugs. In homeopathy, we usually single simple medicine substances, which are mostly of generic nature or they are as available in the nature. Single drugs mostly they are, that's why the reporting of adverse event is minimum in homeopathic parlance. Most of people consider it as safe. The reason, one reason is high dilution factor. A second reason is single simple medicine use. However, there are certain combination medicines available in the market. If they are not coming out with a proper research trial, then it has to be reported in a proper manner. Licensing should also only be given if they are found safe, if there is a preclinical safety issues addressed at that point of time. Now, there is one some other literatures where this is specifically mentioned. Even in this is the principal and practice of homeopathy, Dr. Richard Hughes. While even in alternative treatment, the ponderable doses deemed necessary and the occasionally quick susceptibilities of patient occasion the development of collateral effects. So there are certain situations where we have observed some kind of a idiosyncratic response of even homeopathic medicine, and that is because of a specific individualistic hyper response, and that is a known fact in medicine also. Anybody can react to a particular substance in his own particular way, in a certain specific manner, if it is highly susceptible to that particular substance, and he gives a high allergic response. But that has to be taken care of, but that is not a generalized kind of a observation against in that manner. When we talk about adverse reaction in homeopathy, here Henman also said that in former editions, a medicine, even though it may be homeopathically suited to the cure of disease, does harm in every dose that is too large. The more harm, the larger the dose, and by the magnitude of the dose, it does more harm, the greater its homeopathicity. So he specifically, even Richard Hughes also mentioned that we should minimize our dose which has a sufficient therapeutic response. And that is what is the crux of homeopathy lies there. Now, form of or types of medicines in homeopathy, we know we are using different kind of potency, liquid, water, alcohol, powder, and mother tinctures. They are basically having a high amount of alcohol. That's why a recommended dose is mentioned in pharmacopoeia, not to be given a certain dose level. And biochemic tablets, ointments, combination medicines, or compound formulations are there in the market. Although these combination have to be combination of pharmacopoeial medicines only. Otherwise, it is considered as new medicine. It has to go to all kind of trials. However, even if these are combined pharmacopoeial preparation, a proper data reporting has to be there from the homeopathic community, whether these medicines are effective or they are producing any kind of adverse effects. In homeopathy, there's one very important phenomena. We know that adverse drug reaction is basically an aggravation of the disease, or there is some kind of a development of another organ effect on which was unintended. But when we are talking about unintended noxious reactions on a drug, basically in homeopathy we say it is when we prescribe homeopathic medicine on the basis of similia, there is expectation of homeopathic aggravation. When we talk about homeopathic aggravation, it does simply mean that there is slight accentuation of the same symptoms, but no development of a new symptom. But there is a sense of well-being along with that. And that homeopathy aggravation is transient only. It goes off and there is a process of healing continues for a very long time. And this is a desirable aggravation which we expect in homeopathic prescription. But that only comes up when selection of medicine will be proper. But we have to discuss with disease aggravation and medicinal aggravation. Disease aggravation is simply progress of that particular disease condition, its normal course. And medicinal aggravation is then the medicine is causing its own side effects because of that particular action. Now, in homeopathy, we usually also look into new proved symptoms of the drugs, even if we gather this source from the effect of medicines on if they are toxic, if they have been reported in, and we convert that information into some kind of a therapeutic use into our Matermedica. But it doesn't mean that that cause any kind of a toxicity, because those symptoms are only on the basis of prescription, as form the basic prescription, as per the principles of homeopathy. Now, pharmacovigilance will help homeopathy. We know that our homeopathic Matermedica is full of different kind of symptoms which have been originated at the level of toxicity information, drug proving information, or even if clinical experiences which have been gained over a period of time. So our homeopathic Matermedica basically, and once this pharmacovigilance centers start collecting this kind of information, when it comes as a form of database, and this will further enhance the credibility in the scientific community when we enrich our Matermedica, and we can use this information as a therapeutic method. So establishment of relationship of drugs, like we know in homeopathic parlance, we have drugs which are inimical to each other, they are incompatible, or they should not be used before and after. And that's why this kind of a reporting culture will further enhance knowledge of physician, whether these kind of statements are true in its effect when they are used and if they are documented in a properly manner. So what we need to do is the reporting of adverse reaction has to be enhanced, and even the misleading. And who can report? We all know everybody can report at different levels, but at this point of time, we need physicians to be very vigilant. If they come under this kind of information, they should report immediately. But when we are talking about this adverse drug reporting form, what I see here, that this is the adverse ADR probability scale which is being used to assess the causality information. What is the probability that this is certainly because of that particular drug substance? I think we have to take care into consideration what are the basic philosophical aspects of these our AYUSH systems that has not been actually imbibed into this particular scale. That has to be taken care of while, and we should validate our own scale using this as a base form, enlarge it to certain more specific questions related to our AYUSH systems, whether do they have considered, like I gave an example of homeopathic aggravation. Now, if homeopathic aggravation is considered as aggravating factor, then naturally this will give a wrong kind of a reporting about that disease, although this is a desirable effect as per homeopathy. Such kind of philosophical aspects or the practical aspect might be there in other systems also. So this adverse drug reaction probability scale, although it is adopted from the allopathic side, but this should be reconstructed and validated in that manner. So this is the flow of information which is being used in the from peripheral pharmacovigilance centers to intermediary and the National Pharmacovigilance Center. The only thing which I have pointed out earlier also is a missing link of state drug testing labs. They should also be somewhere roped in here. If such kind of a product is reported in at that level in there, that if there's no connectivity between this and that, we have to rope in that also somewhere into this aspect. And although this database is likely to come up, but this information, if it is validated, let it start coming into some kind of a on some website, so that our professionals should know what kind of a reporting is coming up and is there any causality established. I don't know whether such reporting is available at one platform, but they should also come up fastly. And about misleading advertising and malpractice, we all know about that. There should be some kind of a reporting if there's a malpractice to the educational councils also, who regulate practice. If such malpracticing is reported by some physicians, they should also come in to know about certain malpractices going on by certain physicians. Then such reporting should reach to the respective education regulatory councils, CCIM and CCH, so that they can address to that. Either they can cancel the registration of that particular physician or other things. This was a systematic review of published case reports and case series. Although the systematic review has been taken by the ardent critics of homeopathy. In spite of that, what they could find out that only 0.69% they could find out there is direct adverse effects of homeopathic remedies, only 0.69%. But here is what I underlined is they were related to adverse events caused by the substitution of conventional medicine. So this has to be taken care with all physicians. There should be some kind of a high amount of education should go into our AYUSH doctors, especially I will like to talk to homeopathic doctors. They should not be overconfident about their prescription. Suddenly they withdraw the ongoing conventional medicine and they start giving. That withdrawal syndrome comes up because of they were dependent on the antihypertensive or painkillers or other things. There should be a tapering of those medicines, and sudden withdrawal may result into some kind of a adverse effects, or there is an accentuation of their disease condition. So that has to be taken care of while reporting. This is a small data which has been now reported in our peripheral centers. This is going information to the intermediary and then to the, I don't know how much of causal events have been established till now. So in address, I just conclude by saying that being vigilant, we not only enrich our literature, but present a safe, scientifically validated and globally accepted systems of medicine to the society, which must be our sole aim and collective responsibility as a medical professional. I hope I could address our specific issues related to homeopathy and further sessions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Here one small query is there. One of the question raised by one of the homeopathic practitioner. The question is, Dr. Anil Kurana, sir.
Yes.
Anil, sir.
Yeah. Speaking.
Question is, what are the basic things? What are the basic things that we should keep in mind in case of differentiating the various aggravations of homeopathic philosophy from ADE to ADR, adverse drug event to ADR? Can I repeat the question? What are the basic things we should keep in mind in case to differentiate various aggravations of ADE from ADR?
So I already explained in my slide, there are three kind of aggravations, which is medicinal, disease and homeopathic aggravation, that I clearly explained at that point of time. If it is a normal course of progress of the disease, that is a disease aggravation. If it is only because of the medicine, there are certain side effects which are not reported earlier. And although there is a causality establishment is there, that has to go into explaining that medicinal aggravation. But when we are talking about homeopathic aggravation, every homeopath knows about this. They are being taught thoroughly in their curriculum that when we are talking about homeopathic aggravation, it is only a minor accentuation of the symptoms, but there is a sense of well-being. When we talk of sense of well-being, what does it mean? It means their general functions are improving, like their sleep is improved, their appetite is improved, or their general function, physiological functions are improved. But there may be a slight accentuation of that particular symptom at a particular level. Like he might be having chronic joint pains. These joint pains might have accentuated for temporarily for a few hours or 1 or 2 days, but simultaneously at other places, like he or she might be having a sleep problem or other things, their general functions are improving. So we consider it as a favorable reaction. That is called homeopathic aggravation, but that goes off within a day or two, and there's a long continued healing process, recovery process continues for that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for attending the answer as well as an elaborate explanation of the concept of the pros and cons, challenges and the responsibilities, including the methods, or all those things have elaborated with reference to pharmacovigilance of homeopathy. Thank you. Thank you. It is now, before I call with the next subject expert, the person who is Professor Abdul Wadud, the director of the National Institute of Unani Medicine, who is the chairman of the organizing committee of this national webinar also. For the audience, the respectable audience and the panelists, let me take a privilege to introduce our director, Professor Abdul Wadud, sir. Presently is working as a director of this institute. Prior to that, he is the head of the department of Ilmul Adviya. There is a pharmacology of the same institute. He is basically BUMS and MD, completed his studies from Aligarh Muslim University, Aligarh. As and today, he will be having more than 25 years of teaching and research experience. More than 60 publications are there, which are reflected in national and international research journals. He is an author of more than 6 books, and a number of translations have been made in the Unani medical transcripts from Persian to English. And moreover, presently he is also holding the chairmanship of the Pharmacopoeia Commission of Unani System of Medicine. Sir has been awarded recently in 2018 the Best Teacher Award 2018 by the Central Council for Research Unani Medicine Institute of AYUSH Government of India. And also recent past, sir has been awarded with the Global Award by the Abu Al Hassan Ashraf Memorial organization from Telangana, Hyderabad also. And he was received the World Research Peace Award also, sir. And apart from that, he is the member of several committees. Now his over to Professor Abdul Adud, Director, National Staff of Unani Medicine, for his presentation.
A very good afternoon to all of you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. And Umrisa, please send a person immediately. Share desktop. Yeah.
Ara.
Okay, my today's topic is pharmacovigilance and Unani medicine. That is a need of the hour. I will not go into the details of the whatever what is the pharmacovigilance in general. Rather than I will focus and stress upon what the need of pharmacovigilance in Unani medicine and why there is a need of pharmacovigilance in Unani medicine, because still many people in Unani medicine and also in traditional system some medicine think that pharmacovigilance is not necessary for herbal drugs or for AYUSH drugs, because these are testimony of uh, centuries old use of these drugs, need no pharmacovigilance. But in my view, pharmacovigilance is must for all such systems, especially for Unani drugs also. Safety of herbal drugs, if I talk in terms of pharmacovigilance, it is a fundamental principle in the provision of herbal medicine and herbal products for health care. As it is the same case with the modern medicine, and it is a critical component of quality control and a major concern for consumers. So, keeping in view the interest of the consumers, pharmacovigilance is a must for Unani medicine also. The WHO has framed guidelines for drug monitoring for program. One of them is pharmacovigilance. Recommended approach to the safety of herbal drugs is to include it in pharmacovigilance system. So, if we go to the etymology of pharmacovigilance, basically this term has been derived from Unani, that is a Greek. There are two words. One is pharmakon, that means drug, and the second one is vigilare, to keep watch. But uh, as it has been taken from the Greek words, but it is not used by Unani scholars in the present perspective, because the pharmacovigilance as is now, it is not have not been mentioned in Unani medicine. But the time has come for its renaissance in a more practical way in Unani medicine also. So once again, as I stated earlier, whether it is a obligation, are we obliging WHO or modern fraternity, or it is a necessity? So obligation versus necessity. A common belief that natural is always safe and remedies from it are harmless. It is, we can say it is merely a myth, however safe relatively, and only a few drugs are not safe by their inherent properties. As herbal drugs are, it is said, and a belief is there, and there is also a truth that most of herbal drugs are safe. But a very few drugs which can be harmful for the patient, these few drugs can be responsible for the underestimation of these systems. So we can raise two questions. One, pharmacovigilance of Unani drug is an obligation. Whether is it an obligation? The argument is that thousands of years old practice of Unani and other traditional medicines are testimony of safety, and therefore there is no need of pharmacovigilance. Unani physicians have not used this term also in classical books. But the answer is that it is no, because it is not a obligation, it is a necessity. The second question is whether pharmacovigilance of Unani drug is a necessity. The argument is that yes, earlier physicians used genuine, free from adulteration and self-prepared drugs. There remained hardly any third party. Now the situation is quite different. Nowadays, Unani physicians or other traditional systems of medicines, physicians are not preparing drugs themselves. The third party prepares the drugs. Therefore, it cannot be said by simply saying it is herbal drug. Therefore, it will be safe. It is not justified. So the answer is yes. It is mandatory. If you go to the concept of adverse effect in Unani medicine, an initial indicators of pharmacovigilance, because as I told, concept of adverse pharmacovigilance as it is not in Unani medicine as is now in modern medicine, but certain sayings of Unani physicians indicate that the classical Unani physicians and ancient Unani physicians were aware of the adverse drug effects and their safety, their purification methods, their use in certain conditions. They were aware of that. So certain sayings are there. All drugs are against the physique. Gilani says, therefore, their uncontrolled use is not allowed. It is an indicator of pharmacovigilance. If you can treat a disease with diet, you should not treat it with the drug. Rasi says, nothing can be said to be absolutely useful or absolutely harmful. Azam Khan says, and so on. Ibn Sina says, when we use a drug that is enough for the intended purpose, many may be harmful in other cases. So monitoring of these things, these sayings is a pharmacovigilance in Unani medicine. We can say in Unani medicine, the concept of pharmacovigilance does not exist as is now. However, following indicate in a primary level of pharmacovigilance in Unani medicine. For example, proper reasoning in the method of preparation, processing, method of administration, use of correctives, contraindications, abstinence, choice of drug, etc. Rationality in combination of plants and animal products, adverse drug effects, drug-drug and food-drug interactions, prescribing drugs in a senile age, pregnancy, lactation, and altered the functions of certain organs. All these things have been addressed by Unani physician. All these show that was a primary level of pharmacovigilance in Unani medicine. Since there is no entirely a separate or different module for Unani or ASU and H drugs, most of the existing rules of pharmacovigilance are also applicable to ASU and H drug. As I told, I am not stressing upon the pharmacovigilance basically, but I am stressing why there is a need, why pharmacovigilance of Unani drugs is mandatory. Many Unani drugs adverse effects are not due to the drugs, rather due to otherwise reasons. Most of the herbal drugs, most of the Unani drugs are said to be safe, except few. So if there is any adverse effect reported, it may not be always due to drug. It may also be due to otherwise causes. If we look at the Unani drugs, many Unani drugs are consumed as OTC. Without any prescription, patient go to medical stores and purchase certain drugs like Yumi, Khamira, Abrisham, Hakim Arshadwala in the belief that it is Moparre Kalb, it is very much useful for my heart, and the use without any prescription. So there are two types of formulation. For Unani hospitals, usually disease-focused specific formulations are prepared in the Unani hospitals. As is in our institute, we have a full-fledged pharmacy. These preparations are not marketed. But of pharmaceutical industries, usually non-specific and non-pharmaceutical formulations are marketed. And if we see at these pharmaceutical industries, many of them are small-scale pharmaceutical industries, and they are lacking basic infrastructure and research and development. And on the other hand, there is aggressive marketing of these products. lack of quality assurance and quality control, controversy, adulteration and substitution, herb drug interaction, addition of conventional medicine with the herbs, mainly private practitioners, in the hope that there will be no harm if you take more allopathy drugs and herbal drugs. This is okay, but many times it may be okay, but at some times it may not be okay. Belief and myths and irrational conviction, etc. All these points contribute to adverse effect of drug, rather in spite of being the if the drug is safe. Similarly, some other points like lack of unbiased drug information, improper unhygienic manufacturing, contamination of machines, contamination of during cultivation and collection, use of contaminated water in manufacturing, insufficient drying of raw material, improper sealing and packaging, etc. also contribute in the adverse drug effects, even with the safe Unani drugs. As the use of herbal medicine has increased, the report of suspected adverse effects have also increased. So the majority of adverse effect events related to the use of herbal drugs are attributed either due to poor quality product quality or to improper use. My main focus is on these slides. Practical problems. What are the practical problems faced by Unani medicine and also by other AYUSH systems of medicine? That is the raw material supply. The raw material supply is the foundation of the compound formulations, compound drugs. There is a Persian couplets. The single drugs are building blocks of the compound drugs. If the very first brick is tilted, then the whole the wall built on it will go tilted even if touches the sky. This is a translation of a Persian couplet. So the raw material for manufacturing of compound drugs is a very much important. These practical problems are nowadays very much faced. I have taken certain examples. First identify, then use. In certain cases, it has happened. For example, uh, the physician prescribed Jaifal and the crude drug supplier supplied uh, Proton Tiglium, Jamalgota to the patient. The physician prescribed Asgan, the supplier supplied Asrol, Rolfia serpentina. Similarly, Delphinum delundatum Jadwar was advised, but the supply was Bish, that is Aconitum nepla. So some events happened, especially this event happened with the Asgan and Asrol. A physician prescribed Asgan, that the dose he told to the patient take it in 5 gram to 10 gram, but the drug was supplied, that was Rolfia serpentina. No doubt, if the patient will take this Rolfia serpentina in 5 gram to 10 gram, surely it will be very much dangerous for the patient. Similarly, in place of Delphinum denudatum, Aconitum nepalus was supplied, and these events have happened in certain places. If we see, there is a 15-year-old report by Niscare, around 10% market samples were found spurious. Market is very alarming. For example, Banapsha, it was expected as Banapsha, but it was found as Brahmi. No doubt there is no danger for life, but there is a precaution because the physician prescribed Banapsha for certain purpose, which will not be fulfilled by Brahmi. So there is a caution. Jaifal was expected as Myristica fragrance, found as Jamalgota. Here, there is a danger to life because the patient will take Jamalgota in the dose of Jaifal. So here, there will be a dangerous. So these building block, the single drugs may be a problem for creating adverse effect. Even they may be fatal. Certain other examples are there. Shakakul Pestanica secacul, it was procured from from three places. Three different drugs were supplied in the name of secacul. One of them is Satavar, Asparagus racemosus. Again, there is a precaution because the purpose is something else, the drug supplied is something one. Similarly, Damul Akhwan, the dragon's blood, 4 samples were collected from four different places, and they were dried. One of them, that C is the original. It was collected from Karnataka jungle. That was Pterocarpus marsupium. The other one were not identified. So that when they were dried and powder, the powder of all the 4 samples are similar. But none of the 3 samples were identified what these drugs are. So there may be either caution or they may be dangerous. If these 3 are something else very dangerous drug, there may be a danger to life. Otherwise, if they are not, if they are relatively safe, so caution will be there. So all these are the results of our studies in the National Institute of Unani Medicine. Similarly, Baobhadan kebab chini was supplied, ajwain desi, ajwain khurasani was supplied. Here again, one event happened. A postgraduate student was working on ajwain desi, but there were certain adverse reaction when the patient took the drug, tested drug. When it was examined, the drug supplied was ajwain khurasani. So the fault was not of the student, the fault was of the supplier. Similarly, in another case, IRSA, which is a very safe drug, Asrol was supplied in place of IRSA. Another drug relating to Kushta Sambul for arsenic, calcium cax of arsenic dioxide. So when acute toxicity was performed and chronic toxicity were performed, there were severe glomerulonephritis. Therefore, risk-benefit ratio is important, should always be considered whether should be used or not to be used. In another research, manufacturing a big problem concern, we prepared Pushta Tutia, cax of copper sulfate. There was 27.02 ppm lead was found in Tutia. So it is a very alarming sign. This much is beyond the limit, much beyond the limit. So the source may be because the pushta was prepared by us. So the earthen pot in which it was prepared may be a source. Water used for making the dough may be a source. Margosa leaves which were used for trituration of the copper sulfate also may be a source, and copper sulfate may itself be a source. It may already have lead in much quantity, but these problems were not solved. But one fact is that there was a much big amount of lead. So when you manufacture a compound drug or prepare a kushtar, whatever we want to prepare, so manufacturing is a big concern. Source is also a big concern. Geru is a important ingredient of many Unani formulations which contain lead. So Geru obtained from lead or high level of lead is there, obtained from iron or low level of lead. Another drug is usually supplied in the market, that is Gile Armani. Gile Armani is many times used in place of Geru, but it contains a less amount of lead. So when we procure a drug, so its source may also be ascertained where from it has been taken. So my concern is that when we prepare a formulation or when manufacturer prepare a compound drug, so its building blocks like single drugs must be free from adulteration, free from contamination. Otherwise, the whole formulation will be will cause adverse drug reaction. One example I am taking, which was reported to NIUM, that was Habbe Shefa. 4 cases were reported as ADR. If you go to the ingredients of Habbe Shefa, these are Tukme Joseph Masil. Datura Istamonium is the main drug. Revanchini, it is a synergistic drug. Zanjabil, it is a corrective drug. Samagarbi, usually used as a binder. If you see the ingredients, the main juice, that is Tukme Joseph Masil, the Datura Istamonium, is said to be harmful drug in comparison to other three drugs. So when the ADR was reported, adverse effects were dryness of mouth and excessive thirst. So whether these are ADR or something else, because the Datura Ammonium contains high amount of atropine, and the side effect of atropine is dry mouth. So can it be said as an adverse report, adverse drug reaction or not? It is to be decided. And one patient reported mouth ulcer. So mouth ulcer is never an adverse effect of Habbe Shefa or Datura. There may be bad oral hygiene for mouth ulcer because there was dryness of mouth. So bad oral hygiene may have caused the mouth ulcer. So mouth ulcer is not an adverse effect of this drug. If you see our data of adverse drug behavior as Intermediary Pharmacovigilance Center of NIUM, so IPVC and PPVCs have contributed and reported from 2019 to 2020, 151 reports are there, and 979 misleading advertisements have been reported, and 3 have been reported regarding COVID-19, where there was a misleading advertisement about the treatment of COVID by Unani drugs. And most of the adverse drug misleading advertisements sources are print media, newspapers, electronic media, Facebooks, YouTubes, e-papers, etc. So, measures for proactive pharmacovigilance of Unani drugs to be taken to minimize such reports. A separate subject of vigilance to be included in the curriculum. Many of them have already been initiated. This has been the first point, has been initiated. Drug licensing authorities should include pharmacovigilance as one of the prerequisite for licensing. A regulatory framework governing the manufacturing and licensing of Unani drugs should be revisited. Manufacturers should have appropriate quality control and quality assurance procedure for the their products. Post-marketing surveillance should be a routine for each product, because as it is clear, stated earlier, that most of the adverse effects are due to these lacunas, not due to the inherent properties of herbal drugs. So regarding the pharmacovigilance of Unani drugs, uh, many points should be addressed. For example, manufacturing and single drugs, procuring of single drugs, etc. The Unani medicine practitioners are potential and a useful source of information on ADRs. Hence, regular training programs about need identification and reporting should be organized both at state and national level. This has already been started. So I want to give one message. Safety is a patient's right. Unani drugs can also cause adverse effect. We should not be partial with regard to Unani medicine only because of belief and love. Thanks. It's okay. And
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the wonderful presentation on the pharmacovigilance of Unani system of medicine, where we have included the material vigilance of the part of the Unani system also. Apart from that, you have elaborately given the data of the ADRs and the misleading advertisements reported during the last few months and years together since the inception of this pharmacovigilance program at National Institute of Unani Medicine. Thank you, sir. Let me invite our next speaker, Dr. Padma Gurmeet. Padma Gurmeet, presently, sir, is working as the Director, National Research Institute of Sowa Rigpa, Leh. It is the Government of India's Ministry of AYUSH organization present in Leh. Padma Gurmeet is the pioneer of the formal recognition of the Indian medical heritage Sowa Rigpa system in India, and he is the man who responsible for the systemic development of the Sowa Rigpa system of medicine. Before that, I would like to emphasize here, Ministry of AYUSH stand. This AYUSH is an acronym for Ayurveda, Yoga, Siddha, and Sowa Rigpa. That is nothing but Tibetan system of medicine. Sir is one of the authority of Sowa Rigpa, also called as the Tibetan medicine. He has started his career a long back. So far, he did 50 national and regional seminars in Sowa Rigpa system of medicine to promote this Tibetan system of medicine. He published 7 books and contributed 30 research articles in different magazines, journals, and scientific conferences. The major work Gurmeet sir has been initiated are cataloging of more than 1,500 Sowa Rigpa medical literature, digitalization of such all the manuscripts of the Sowa Rigpa, documentation of the Sowa Rigpa literature on 1,200 Sowa Rigpa documents, formulations, and moreover, the preservation of the local health practices and documentation and conservation of trans-Himalayan medicinal plants. These are all the few of the contributions of the Padma Gurmeet sir. Now, I request Padma Gurmeet sir, it is over to you for your presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. Am I audible?
Yes. So you're audible, sir. Please go for the slide sharing, sir.
Slide is there no on the screen?
Yeah, it is available. You just go and please here
Okay.
you have at the bottom. Go for the slide sharing, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Abdul Wahid and your team of National Institute of Unani Medicine for having me on this occasion. This is really a good platform to discuss one of the most important issue for all the medical systems, that is pharmacovigilance. It is families opportunities as well as there is also challenges. Because first of all, let me mention that till now, Sowa Rigpa was recognized in AYUSH system of medicine, but till now, the Sowa Rigpa Drugs and Cosmetic Act Sowa Rigpa is not yet incorporated. So it is difficult to pinpoint because Sowa Rigpa itself, what is Sowa Rigpa? Actually, Sowa Rigpa means science of healing, and it is a Bodhi or Tibetan term for Sowa means healing, and Rigpa means knowledge or science, you can define as. Then Sowa Rigpa believes that any substance, if identified and used properly, has medicinal value, and we can use all the substance on this earth as a medicine if we have skills and knowledge to use it as a medicine. So on the same line, if you don't have skills and knowledge to use, the best medicine can also harm your health. It may turn into ADR or adverse drug effect, drug effect, according to even in our country, most of the people are not familiar with Sowa Rigpa, what is Sowa Rigpa, and how Sowa Rigpa treats. So Sowa Rigpa, I already mentioned that it is science of healing, and it is originated from India. It is popularly known as Amchi or Tibetan medicine in most of the country, most of our Indian subcontinent. Because Sowa Rigpa, on the same lines, it is also practiced in many other countries, but it is known with different names. Like it is also prevalent in Bhutan, but it is called as Bhutanese traditional medicine. It is in Mongolia, it is called as traditional Mongolian medicine. It is also the traditional medicine of some Russian Federation countries like Buryat. It is called as Buryati medicine. Likewise, in Nepal, it is called Amchi medicine. So on, it is practiced in many Central Asian countries, but with different name. But we follow same classical text, which is known as Chatush Tantra or four treaties, which is the common to all this medical system. In India, Sowa Rigpa is the traditional medicine of Ladakh, then Padarpanga region of Jammu and Kashmir, then Kinnaur, Lahore, Spiti, and other areas of Himachal Pradesh, Darjeeling and Kalimpong region of West Bengal, and Mon Tawang region of Arunachal Pradesh. Now it is also spread across India along with Tibetan settlement, and it is very popular as Tibetan medicine, and many patients go for consultation of Sowa Rigpa in these centers. For thousands of years, public health has been maintained, well maintained through Sowa Rigpa system in systematic community managed health system with Amchi in every major village and hamlet in Himalayan regions. So earlier, if you look at typical Ladakhi cultural scenario, we have Amchi family in each and every villages, and they are supposed to take care of the public health of particular village or region. And it has been coming since the kingdom system was in Ladakh. Since then, it is coming as a social system, and it is still continuing until it was recognized. Now everything coming as a systematic system. Education is getting formal, research is getting formal, so on. It is now on the phase of transaction. And on 27 September 2010, Sowa Rigpa was formally recognized as an AYUSH system of medicine by amendment to the Indian Medicine Central Council Act 1970, and is in form, came into force from 1st January 2012. If I go into a little bit detail that how it is incorporated in AYUSH system of medicine, recognition was the key issue for preservation, preservation and promotion of Sowa Rigpa in India. It was a long-standing demand of Himalayan regions. For now, other system of medicine was recognized much earlier in 70s, but Sowa Rigpa was lately recognized in 2010 only. For recognizing Sowa Rigpa system of medicine under AYUSH, Ministry of AYUSH have conducted a thorough study, and Department of AYUSH has constituted a committee to study the status, strength, and prevalence of Sowa Rigpa in India. the entire Sowa Rigpa practicing regions and the institutions were surveyed during by this committee, and I was the member committee convener of the member committee, and at last we have submitted a 350 pages report to Ministry of AYUSH, and Ministry of AYUSH has presented the report to Union Cabinet, and it was formally recognized as a medical system in 2010. And luckily, this Amendment Act was passed in both Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha with full consciousness. That is one of the most important things for Sowa Rigpa and merit of Sowa Rigpa. So this is the Gazette notification. You all can see. This was the Gazette notification published in 2010. Since then, we are now one of AYUSH family. So Sowa Rigpa, historically, if you see, I've already told it is coming from Bhagwan Buddha. If the fundamental text Chatushtantra was first delivered by Bhagwan Buddha, later it was enriched by Indian scholars like Jivaka, Nagarjuna, Vakubata, and Chandranandan, etc. And this, the full text Chatushtantra is Amrata Anga Ashtaguya Upatesha Tantranama, which is a Sanskrit term. And earlier it is believed that the classical literature was available in Sanskrit, and later it was translated into Boti language, which is also known as Tibetan language, in 8th century. But before introducing the system into Tibet and other Himalayan regions, that time rulers and administrators, they have conducted thorough study and amended the text translated from Sanskrit and incorporated the Tibetan knowledge about plants and health. At the same time, they have also incorporated the good elements that time they found from Chinese system of medicine. At the same time, Greco-Persian, you can say Unani system of medicine, and the system was enriched as a full this current Sowa Rigpa system of medicine, and it is one of the youngest amended medical system among youngest amended medical system. The great scholars like Yutan Gonpo, Desi Sangas Gatho, and Changzhou scholars have contributed for advancement of Sowa Rigpa in Tibet first, and after that it is also spread in neighboring countries of Tibet, as well as neighboring countries of Tibet. Then it also came, first it went from India to Tibet, and from Tibet it again came to Himalayan regions of India, where the Buddhism is much in prevalence. Next, this is the exactly the picture you are seeing. It is the location that how Buddha narrated the fundamental textbook and how Sowa Rigpa is originated. What is the fundamental of Sowa Rigpa? Then the question obviously comes. Then Sowa Rigpa follows its own theory and principle. It is much similar to, since it went from India, it is much similar with Ayurvedic system of medicine, but the core of the actually all our ancient sciences and art has a kind of philosophical root or religious root. You can say it is more over based on Buddhist principle and theories. Otherwise, in Panch Mahabhuta, Tri Dosha, and Saptadhatu, all these concepts are also same since it is it went from India. But in practice, Sowa Rigpa is much specialized in using Himalayan plants and minerals available in Himalayan regions. Himalayan regions. And these elements are material basis for formation of human body. We all know our body is composed of 5 elements. When the 5 elements are in balanced state, we remain healthy. When these 5 elements get disturbed, then we get sick. This is common to most of the AYUSH systems. The basic theory I've already mentioned. Actually, these are 3 medical charts. Actually, this is not new one. It is a 17th century drawing chart. Actually, it is typically like today we do a lot of kind of graphics. It is same. That time it was explained in form of tree, and there is three kind of trees. You can see one tree, one root has two trunks. That is the fundamental body part, which has disease body and the undiseased body. There's two kind of trees. You can see when we are, our body is in balanced state, we are, our body is fit. That is one trunk. Then how we get sick, there is a second trunk. I will not go into detail. And secondly, you can see also that the second part, second picture is diagnosis. Diagnosis, you can see there is visual diagnosis, then by touch and by taking history or by questioning. And in the third chart, you can see that there is four trunks or four trees. That is four fundamental mode of treatment. That is, you can say, ahar, food, and vihar, conduct, and then medicine, and then last shalya or surgery or accessory therapies. Now, let me come to the original topic, that is concept of pharmacovigilance in Sowa Rigpa. Actually, my job is done much easier by my earlier speaker, because the common and the problems of this drugs and raw materials all are same to all the AYUSH system of medicine. So before me, Dr. Abdul Wahed sir has explained in detail that fundamental of our what you call drug is raw drugs. And the pharmacovigilance is supposed to start from there itself. Raw drugs, medical substance, it is discussed in detail by my previous speaker. We have to take care the problem is of this ADR. It was drug effect from the raw material itself, which is the biggest challenge now. Most of the time, what we have seen is most of the time we are just most of the industry is just procuring a raw drug from market and making medicine. Actually, as per classical text, we all know maybe standard parameters are there in Unani medicine, Siddha medicine, as well as Ayurvedic medicine. All the system has standard guidelines, how should be the raw drugs and how it should be, and from where it has to be collected. This is in detail, so I'll go in detail later. And the second is compounding, how the medicine is compounded, how it is made into medicine. That is another major subject which is pertinent to this pharmacovigilance. And third is clinical or prescription of medicine dose, etc., which is another critical issue for this pharmacovigilance. And third one is consumption of medicine, how it is consumed. That is another issue related to pharmacovigilance. So first, let me come to raw drug or medical substance. So first of all, it is already mentioned that identification of raw drugs. Actually, if you say, even if I take Sowa Rigpa as an example, there is a lot of variation in even identifying the correct raw drugs. So there is different identification for raw drugs in Ladakh itself for Sowa Rigpa. In different valleys, there is different kind of identification. Plus, on national level or international, if you say, there is not much standardized kind of raw drug. That's why this is the most critical kind of problem for all the traditional medical system. Particularly, I am speaking in terms of Sowa Rigpa system of medicine. Sowa Rigpa system of medicine. So, secondly, since this is the raw drug is the core issue to avoid any kind of adverse drug effect, we must take care of this raw drug issue. Even the industry, you can commonly see that what people do is, I'll tell you a kind of our personal experience from Leh Ladakh. Actually, a few years back, some companies came to Ladakh and they wanted to They wanted to kind of farmers to cultivate products, medicinal plant, particularly that time Pushkar Mool or Inula Resomosa. They said like, you cultivate Inula Resomosa, we will buy it, But when it came to price, farmers, we are motivated. We told them, farmers, you can grow it. But the difficulty was actually the price. Actually, they don't want to give much price. That is the most difficult thing, actually. Because when pricing, the farmers said at least we should get 500 rupees for raw drugs of Inula Resomosa. But what industry is saying is, they said like, we cannot, because we can easily find Inula Resomosa in market for 250 rupees. So that means compromising from the basic itself, from raw material itself. So that is the biggest challenge for industry. They don't differentiate between Inula Resomosa grown in typical kind of hilly atmosphere and pure atmosphere, and Inula Resomosa which they procure from market is they have already extracted the juice and they sell it in the market. For industry, it is same. For them, it is the costing. The fundamental root of our AYUSH drug problem is the raw dog. That's what I think I want to emphasize. Then number two, if you look at classical parameters, classically what is there, even in Unani system, Ayurvedic system, and Siddha system, I know there is clear kind guidelines for each and every aspect, from collection to then preparation to then storing. Every guidelines is there. Then the question comes, are we following that? No. Even in ancient contexts, we see like Vedas, Hakim, or Amchis, when they were practicing so by natural home, they used to do from collection to finished product, they used to do itself. But in now modern term, everything is now specialized, special compartment area. Like most of the now younger generation physicians from all the AYUSH system, they don't give much emphasize how medicines are made, what ingredients are going in the medicine. So this is the another biggest challenge, that how can we balance these two things. And number third, I'm saying like in classical parameters, our Siddha speaker as well as Unani speakers all elaborately mentioned that there is emphasis given for purification, how the product has to be purified and how we can advance the adverse effect from the root. But nobody, I don't think there is hardly these guidelines are followed. So this is another difficulty for our drug reaction as well as action also. Efficacy is not there. That is another problem. And the manufacturing part, I've already discussed a small point there, that manufacturing is another difficulty. Why? Because now I have already mentioned that industries most of the time look for cheap materials. And cheap materials, if you supply a good material or quality material, that you cannot afford to sell it for the cheap price, Like I have mentioned, given example of Inula Resomosa. Cultivation of Inula Resomosa takes at least 3 years. So 3 years after cultivating for 3 years, if they get the 250 rupees, then who will go for this? So from manufacturing industry to the then end user, there should be discussion, how can we control all these things through regulations or through motivation, whatever way we must try to do this. And the next one, the fundamental of pharmacology, this I should mention, what is the fundamentals of pharmacology in Sowa Rigpa, like formation of 6 tests from 5 cosmophysical elements that is common to most of the traditional medical system, then 8 potencies from 6 primary tests and their function, compounding of medicine based on the taste, potency, and post-digestive taste, compounding of medicine on the basis of hot and cold nature. These are some fundamentals, and the fundamentals primarily starts from where the only thing we all patient or doctor we can do is first we have to go for test, how it is test, which can be done by everyone. So this is the test is the actually fundamental of raw drug, how it is grown and how the compilation of medicine should be done. Everything depends on this one. Test is the fundamentals. Then you have there's 6 tests. Most of the time Ayurveda follows same kind of principle. At the same time, Siddha, I know I don't have much information about Unani, but this is there, what is the basis of our pharmacology? That question should come to everybody's mind. Our fundamental for compounding any medicine, making any medicine, is based on 6 steps, 8 potencies, and so on. And then we pack like post-digestive system. All these things are kept into consideration. And how these 6 tests are formed, that is, I've defined that it comes from 5 elements. Everyone, all of us know that there is 5 elements, which is the fundamental of Ayurveda, Siddha, and Sowa Rigpa at least, like water, earth, fire, air, and space. These are the fundamentals. So these fundamentals are very key for the preparation of drugs and to see the effect and adverse effect of a drug. So we all must concentrate on this one. Even we can elaborate our this drug formulation system, on the basis of all these things. We can find more substance. Earlier, what happened? Sowa Rigpa was grown in typical atmosphere, hilly atmosphere in the Himalayan regions, and Ayurveda was more grown in the plain areas, like Siddha was in South India atmosphere. So there is even substance-wise, medical ingredients-wise, there's a lot of things that this AYUSH system can exchange, and they can make their medicine more kind of potent. So next, there is drugs and treatment. What is this? I've already mentioned that Sowa Rigpa use range of things. Every substance on this earth can use as a medicine if you have skill and knowledge, So it can be broadly classified into 3, 4 few categories, like plant-based, then you have animal kingdom, then you have minerals, then you have precious and semi-precious metals, etc. So these are our fundamentals. Sowa Rigpa and medicinal plant is closely connected. I've already mentioned that though we use all range of material, but 80% are plant-based. So plant is the major source of major source for medicine for all the AYUSH system of medicine. But to have a potent kind of plant substance in your drug preparation, you must emphasize on the raw material, and all the proper guidelines should be followed. If you look at Sowa Rigpa, there is clearly mentioned that from where the plant should be collected, how it should be dried, what should be the drying process, how can you make it into medicine. All the procedures are mentioned in detail. There is all in Sowa Rigpa, there is 7 limbs for using medicinal plants. So that guidelines is there. That is much in detail. So we will discuss this issue in some another event. So these are some medicinal plants of Ladakh. Then it comes to the third thing, clinical and prescription. At the same time, all the systems has specific guidelines for healers. How the physician should conduct. It is closely related with pharmacovigilance because the intelligence of doctor or healers is very, very crucial. All the doctors. That's why emphasis is given for skill and kind of knowledge. At the same time, motive of the doctor in all the traditional medical systems, as well as modern medicine, also gives special kind of emphasis on this one. So the skill or knowledge of doctor, drugs adversaries can happen because of the mistakes of doctors. So that's why the clinical things come, then doctors should prescribe the right prescription. There is our system of medicine, AYUSH system of medicines are particularly, you can say it is even individualized prescriptions are also there, person to person prescriptions are there. We don't believe in giving one prescription to all, one aspirin is there, then give it to all the headaches kind of thing is not there in our system of Ayush system of medicine. We have to see the tasir or prakriti of the patient, at the same time his age, his physical strength, many things. So ADR, drug reaction or can be happen because of this. Pharmacovigilance means you have to always vigilant about what you are prescribing. Now there is specific guidelines now issued from Ministry of Ayush as well as modern medicine also. There is also prescribed format to also report how to report this drug adversary. But my personal opinion is sometimes it is very complex and difficult for Ayush sector doctors or Ayush sector practitioner to pinpoint why this drug reaction is happening. It's very crucial because it comes from the raw material to the finished product, at the same time intelligence of the doctor also. Then maintenance of medicine in the clinics, how it is maintained in the clinic, contaminant free of any contamination and all these things, storage and all these things are important. So clinical part or doctor has also major role for preventing this adverse drugs reaction, because at the same time consumption and other things. Now the fourth chapter is consumption, how the medicine should be consumed by the patient. There are also then another crucial things comes is reporting of adverse drug reactions. There is in India we don't have this kind of culture of reporting. If anything happens wrong, most of the time we talk from the backside. We don't come in the front to the doctor or physician and tell him that your medicine has done us this harm. That culture should be there. Even we don't have culture of reporting or writing this adverse drug effect, drug reports. This culture I think we have to develop slowly, that so that we don't repeat the same mistake again. If I observe something like Econite is doing certain kind of adverse action, then I should report it. Otherwise, what happens then? If it is silently, we are dealing on our own individual basis, then it doesn't come on public platform and we don't discuss it. And the general perception of all the people is this drug has this natural products are safe. There's no side effect kind of thing. Most of the time, it is also believed that when there is effect, certainly there is also side effect also. So this belief is also there. Then how we have to conceptualize all these things. All the Ayush practitioner must come on one platform, and this kind of program that you have presently organized should happen again and again, so that this culture develop in our system, Ayush system, that there is a drug reaction and adverse drug reaction and all these problems, that how can we come out of all these problems and spread now Ayush system internationally. Due to now we all are observing this pandemic COVID-19, we have got special kind of attention, not only in India, throughout the world. When it started from China, it was highlighted China itself that that this Ayush, this traditional Chinese medicine in Sowa Rigpa is also prevalent in China. They claim that 70% of the patient, 90% of the patient, they manage through traditional medicine. So likewise in India also we are managing, so the strength of the Ayush system or traditional medicine is highlighted internationally. So at the same time, when you are highlighted, the challenges also come, then many people will also observe you, how you conduct, what medicine you are giving, and people want to know more, this kind of situation, we can call it blessing in disguise, but at the same time, we must also think about our challenges also, that like one typical challenge that right now we are discussing is pharmacovigilance and adverse drug reaction and all these drug related issues. So thank you. Jai Hind. That's it.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Probably our audience, for the first time, they are learning about the Sowa Rigpa, the Tibetan system of medicine. So many similarities are there among the AYUSH system of medicine. As you have rightly suggested, there are so many things to be discussed furthermore in the future course of a time and similar platforms. Thank you. Due to the paucity of a time, I'm just concising you. Thank you for joining me, this Dr. Padma Gumi, sir. Now, let me take the privilege to call the very cooperative, very intellectual, and a very kind personality, Professor Syed Ziaur Rahman, very known person, and he is known to not only Unani system of medicine people, and he is a very common and popular among the allopathic system of medicine also, because Professor Syed Ziaur Rahman, presently working in the Department of Pharmacology, Jawaharlal Nehru Medical College, JNMC, Aligarh, Muslim University, Aligarh. Sir has completed his MBBS and MD in JNMC, Aligarh. After that, sir has went to the Sydney, Australia, from where he finished his completed postdoctoral program, PhD from University of Western Sydney, Australia. If you come to the point of the contribution, so far as and today, Professor Syed Ziaur Rahman will be having more than 25 years of teaching and research experience in the field of pharmacology, and he is a permanent member of Board of Trustees and Chair of the Advisory Council, International Association of Medical Colleges. He also served as an elected secretary of International Association of Medical Colleges and Society of Pharmacovigilance India. Sir has been honored with the International Alumni Leadership Award by the Western Sydney University, Australia in 2018 and Pharma Ratna Award in 2017. If you come to the publication point, so far sir has completed 7 books and around 17 chapters in different books on the pharmacology. More than 200 research articles and papers have been published in the peer-reviewed and indexed journals. With this brief introduction, it is over to Professor Ziaur Rahman sir for your presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Alimuddin Qamri Sahab. And really, at the very outset, I would like to thank the Intermediary Pharmacovigilance Center for Unani Medicine, National Institute of Unani Medicine, that they have given me an opportunity to interact all of you, especially the participants from the AYUSH system of medicine. My regards to all the panelists, especially Professor Abdul Wadood of the Unani System of Medicine, and I was hearing the lecture of Dr. Padma Gurmeet. First time I heard such a presentation from a new system, which is it's not new, but it's something which is new for some other participants also, like Sowa Rigpa. So we've been listening such a nice presentation from almost all the disciplines, from Unani, from Ayurveda, from Siddha, and from all the system. But my topic, which was given to me, is quite different. Can you see my presentation slide?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, good, good. So the topic which was given to me is something related to material vigilance and its importance in AYUSH. So Dr. Alimuddin Qamri has already told me that I'm working in Aligarh and also serving the Society of Pharmacovigilance India. So before I start my presentation, I would like to dedicate this presentation to one of the very senior person who actually started this material science toxicology laboratories in the city of Tennessee, College of Pharmacy, USA. He was the Dean of the College of Pharmacy and the Vice Chancellor of the University of Tennessee. And later he retired. And you know, the concept of material vigilance actually started from his lab, and the FDA guidelines is basically took help from his lab. So, and why I dedicated this presentation to Dr. John Ortian, because he had been to Aligarh as well as to India several times. And, you know, even the USA and his alma mater was celebrating 50th anniversary of his discovery related to biomaterials and related to the material vigilance. You can see 3 papers which were published in 1963, 64. So that's why they are celebrating 50th anniversary of his contribution. And you'll be happy to know that he donated a good amount of Indian rupees to Indian Pharmacological Society, and Indian Pharmacological Society provides John Ortian Travel Award to young participants. I received this travel award twice when I was young, and the society which I am representing, Society of Pharmacovigilance India, also has two orations. One is Dr. K.C. Singhal oration, and another is John Ortian oration. So that's why I try to dedicate this work. But this is something you can imagine that in 70s he was talking about and that helped FDA USA to formulate guidelines related to the use of some toxic ingredients, especially with the packages of the drugs. And he was also talking about the prosthetic devices that will, he said, interact with the tissues and blood. And if prosthetic quality is not good, then it may release some metals into the blood and may lead to the metal toxicity. And you might have heard, even in India, there are such type of reports that poor quality of prosthetics, they caused some harmful effects. So these are the things which he was talking back 50 years back. So I thought, because he was in Aligarh also, and he was a very good friend of my teacher, Professor K.C. Singhal, and we had a bit good reputation with him. So let's talk about the main topic. So we have been discussing medicinal products, and we heard a lot about the medicines of the Ayurveda, Siddha, and Unani, and it's different than the drugs. And WHO defined medical devices. It's very comprehensive definition, and it's next to impossible to read all the points or the definition of medical devices. But still, you can imagine devices are something instruments, apparatus, implant, in vitro reagents, or the related articles is used to diagnose, prevent, or treat diseases or whatever the conditions. So these medical devices could be simple instruments or mechanically complicated instruments. These medical devices, drugs act pharmacological or metabolically or immunologically. All drugs have its own mechanism of action, so which I'm not going to the details. But these medical devices, they also act by physical, mechanical, or thermal means. And obviously, they vary greatly in the complexity and the application. So all medical devices, they have different mechanism, different uses, different application, and that's why there is a program which is Vigilance Program of India. And in this era of industrial revolution and many scientific innovations also coming up, and these medical devices are used in the healthcare delivery system. So we should be very cautious about its use. And nowadays there are millions of medical devices which are available for the medical care, and they range from the simple low cost bandages. Bandages also the medical device, and the tongue depressor, or the high cost and complex devices like magnetic resonance imaging machine, and even the software is also used as a medical devices. So there's a long, you can imagine from simple to the complexities of these medical devices. And there's a term which is called as medical devices adverse events, like medicinal adverse events, likewise medical devices adverse events. And in many countries, there are laws related to medical devices adverse events, and these medical adverse events reporting is similar to the medicinal products reporting. Obviously, there is a minor difference that these are the medical devices, and so the principle is same, but there is some a little difference in reporting, and the format and the forms are different. These reporting forms are different with medical devices. So, in contrast to the voluntary reporting of adverse events with the medicinal products, the reporting with medical devices is also negligible. There are some voluntary reporting with the medicinal plants, but voluntary reporting with medical devices is almost negligible. And whatever medical devices adverse events are reported, they are basically related to the defects or failures. And we are not interested in knowing the defects or failures, but we are interested to know what harm these medical devices may cause. So these are the minor role which medical device adverse events is playing, that they are just reported as a defect or the failure. So as I said, John Ortian was the pioneer, and his work led to the FDA Modernization Act 1970 for these medical devices. And after this USA ruled, many countries adopted some guidelines for the medical devices monitoring. So UK, Australia, Canada, European Union, they also brought up some laws after 1970s. And if you see this US FDA is basically talking about the mandatory reporting and voluntary reporting. Mandatory is for the manufacturers, importers, and the users. And these adverse events, which is mandatory, should be reported to the MedWatch program, which is like yellow card system in UK. This is MedWatch system in USA, and this is for the manufacturers and importers. While the second is voluntary or is obligations for the user, facilities which are available in hospitals and nursing homes. So doctors and or other paramedical staff, they are obliged, if they report medical devices suspected reactions like this to both FDA and the manufacturer, and serious injuries either to FDA or to manufacturer. If you're not sure, okay, where it needs to be reported, so you can select report either to FDA or the manufacturer. So after this US guidelines, UK Medical Devices Agency also came up with the same idea, like vigilance reporting scheme and adverse event scheme. So these things is like the government is vigilant from the manufacturer's point of view, which is mandatory. So there is a timeline for the manufacturers to report adverse event, and if they don't report, and they are levied some penalties. Similarly, adverse event scheme is like USA. It is for the healthcare providers, hospital engineers, and patients, and they are obliged to report adverse events, and they are also expected to report this immediately. So it's almost the same like US. So European Union also came up with some laws, and they're also asking importers and distributors to inform manufacturers uh, about any adverse events related to the medical devices that have been distributed or imported in any European country. In 1993, there was an initiative taken, which was Global Harmonization Task Force, and this was adopted by European Union, USA, Japan, and Australia. And this global harmonization basically related to the basic principles in adverse event reporting system. Uh, and this is basically for the safety of the patient and for the quality of medical devices. Then in 2011, International Medical Device Regulators Forum was conceived, and many countries are the member of this International Medical Device Regulators Forum. Even India is also quite interested in IMDRF, and this is the one of the objective also of Material Vigilance Program of India, to interact with International Medical Device Regulators Forum. So this forum is basically responsible that all countries are maintaining the harmonization in reporting the medical devices as safety or adverse event. So, medical devices risk is very important. So in all these guidelines, which is framed by USA or UK or European Union, they actually classified all medical devices risk into a scale. Like, for example, Global Harmonization Task Force, they are asking country members to have the classes of devices on a scale of 1 to 3 or 1 to 4. 1 to 3 is basically the low risk category medical devices, and class 3 is the high risk category classes, where they just give an example like contact lens could be the low risk, while the cardiac pacemakers could be grouped into the high risk group. And again, following the GHTF, many countries formulated or classified medical devices into its own system. For example, TGA, Therapeutic Goods and Administration of the Australia, they classified medical devices risk into class 1, class 2A, 2B, class 3, and class 4. So you can see that class 4 is the highest risk. Sorry, yes, it is the highest risk is class 3, and class 4 is active implantable medical devices, which also includes not only contraceptive implant devices but also cardiac pacemakers. So this is the highest risk of the TGA classification. So you can see that surgical microscopes, examination lights, they are from the lower risk, and electrical acupuncture, warming blankets, they are the low to medium risk. Likewise, United Kingdom, which is the medicine and healthcare regulatory authority. So every country, like in India, we have CDSCO. So in UK, this is MHRA, Medicine and Healthcare Regulatory Authorities. They also classified medical devices into again 3 classes. And class 1 is low risk, and this is an example is dressings. Class 2A, X-ray film. Class 2B includes blood bags and contact lenses care, and class 3 again bone cement and cardiac stents. So most of these countries, they included cardiac stents in the highest risk group. Similarly, in New Zealand, there is a medicines and medical devices safety authority, but they classified in a reverse order. Like they grouped like they started from class 3, which is again highest, and drug eluting cardiac system. Class 2B medium to high, where they included ventilators, orthopedics, implants. Similarly, you can see all the list of medical devices according to the risk. And this is basically the highest risk is the active implantable medical devices. India also came up with this Indian medical devices rules 2007, and Ministry of Health and Family Welfare notified its Indian medical devices rules with the aim to bring in highest degree of professionalism in regulating the medical devices. According to these Indian medical devices rules, we have classified all the medical devices into class A, class B, class C, class D, and we are including all the examples of class A, class B, class C. It's still incomplete, but this is also something which they are following like other countries. So now comes to the adverse events reporting. As I said, in advanced country, there is a system, medical device adverse events reporting. But in India, this has been started, and this is included in the Indian medical devices rules. And chapter 4, section 26 says that adverse events reporting associated with medical devices relevant to authority is mandatory. And the license holder will inform the state licensing authority or central licensing authority, as the case may be, of the occurrence of any suspected, unexpected, serious adverse events, and take necessary actions thereon, including any recall within 15 days of such event coming to the notice of license holder. India also, like International Medical Devices Regulatory Body, India also has Association of Indian Medical Devices Manufacturers Association, and this is basically keeping eye of all the manufacturers, whether they are holding these rules of Indian medical devices. And good part is this is an association, and most of the medical devices manufacturers are the members of this AIMED. So now comes to the Material Vigilance Program of India. You know that after this Indian medical device rules, there is a system now which is related to medical device reporting to the authorities and surveillance. But still, it is in infancy state, and this is to promote the culture of adverse events reporting. The government of India approved the commencement of Material Vigilance Program on 6th of July 2015 in the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, Ghaziabad, and the main purpose is to monitor and assure the safety of medical devices used in Indian population. So there is a separate rules like if and medical devices is imported to India, so we are concerned with the safety of the Indian population. So this is the chart and how Material Vigilance Program of India runs. Uh, Presently, there are 10 medical colleges which are designated as Medical Device Adverse Event Monitoring Center, and they are the backbone of all the medical device adverse event monitoring. They send all the reports related to medical devices to the National Collaborating Center, which is the Sri Chitra Trunal Institute for Medical Sciences in Thiruvananthapuram. And this collaborating center then report medical device adverse event to Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, which is the National Coordinating Center, and also the National Health System Resource Center. And finally, it is reported to the CDSCO, which is the National Regulatory Authority. So this is the how a material vigilance program works. Now, this material vigilance program is basically having some objectives. If you see, the main objective is to track and monitor the medical devices adverse events. Like Pharmacovigilance Program of India, this Material Vigilance Program of India is purpose is to create awareness and communicate among different stakeholders, mainly the healthcare professionals, about the importance of medical devices adverse event reporting and minimize the risk. Next is to create and recommend the best practices and intervention to improve nationwide system for patient safety monitoring, to analyze risk-benefit ratio of medical devices uses, to generate independent, credible, evidence-based data on safety of medical devices. Because we should not be dependent on the evidences which is generated in the developed countries. India should have its own evidence-based data related to the safety of medical devices. And there's also an objective that we should emerge as a national center of excellence for material vigilance activities, like we are doing good in relation to pharmacovigilance program of India, and to support the CDSCO in decision-making processes on use of medical devices, to collaborate with other healthcare organizations and international agencies. Like I said, objective of material vigilance program of India is to also the international medical devices regulatory forum interaction with them. This is like last year's in 2018, basically, WHO organized the Global Forum on Medical Devices in the Visakhapatnam. So this is also where many experts related to the medical devices reporting system, they discussed and deliberated many good points, and this also enriched our material vigilance program of India. So as I said, the material vigilance program was the backbone is the medical colleges, which are known as the Medical Devices Monitoring Center, and these centers are encouraged to voluntarily participate in this material vigilance program of India. And after these 10 medical colleges, the intention is to expand the program to all the private and public healthcare delivery system, and to develop the e-reporting system and make reporting mandatory for all the manufacturers and healthcare providers. Uh, uh, as I said, medical devices adverse event monitoring center is the backbone. So they are basically encouraged, and in order to facilitate the adverse event reporting, there is a structured program in all medical colleges across the India. And the primary responsibility of these medical devices monitoring center is to monitor and reporting adverse event within the hospital and assign these responsibilities. So in every medical colleges, there are either pharmacologists or clinicians or biomedical engineer who are acting as a coordinator or deputy coordinator, like coordinator of the Pharmacovigilance Program of India. There is a coordinator of Material Vigilance Program of India in each medical college. So they are also responsible for education, training, advocacy on the concept of Material Vigilance Program of India, and trying to create the culture like adverse events of the drug, adverse events of the medical devices. So all these medical devices monitoring centers should have a uh, adverse event reporting form, which is basically provided by the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission. So let's come to the concept of material vigilance program, how we can incorporate this in the system of AYUSH. So modern concept of monitoring and safety of medical devices is, is called as material vigilance. But if we see that in almost all the AYUSH system of medicine, there is some documentation. Everybody, again, today also they were talking about the safety and manufacturing processes and taking care of the pharmacognosy. If we don't follow the correct guidelines related to the manufacturing or in identification of drugs, this will lead to the unsafe experience. So there is a need to explore and bring forth the documentation which is there in the IU system of medicine related to the medical devices. I also tried to report one example of material vigilance in Unani system of medicine, and I found that in many classical literature it is clearly mentioned that these instruments, like for example, kharal, which is the mortar and pestle, havandasta, silbatta, and these are the material which are used for making medicinal powder. And these powder should be very fine for making medicines like majun, khamira, jawari, sharbat, and pills, etc. So you know that the instruments which are used to make the powder of these medicines for various medicines, they should be very fine. And if you see the mortar and pestle, they are of different materials like stone, quartz, wood, iron, brass, steel, and porcelain. So the stones, which are, I'm just giving you an example of a stone because it is also made up of quartz, wood. But if you see the stones only, there are two types of stone, hard or soft in nature. If you see Sange Simak, which is quite hard, Sange Khara, which is the granite stone, Sange Sia, black stone, which is comparatively soft, Sange Marma is comparatively soft, Sange Yashav is the jasper stone. So these stones are used for making the powder. And this is just an example. When I saw that in Sadla, it is followed that when we try to make a powder of hard stone-based medicine, which is the Hajariyat, or the jewel-based medicine, Jawaharat, then chances of contamination, if they are grinded using these soft stones. So for example, if the original weight of hard stone-based medicine was 25 milligram, then after grinding by using the soft stone mortar, the weight would increase the powder to 26 gram. And this increase of 1 gram is basically the extra weight of the soft stone, which could be added with the original medicine. And this extra ingredient of a stone may be harmful and may lead to the toxicity and mortality. So while making powder of hard stone, it is mentioned in the classical literature that while making the powder of the hard stone, we need to use the mortar and pestle of the hard stone. But for soft medicine, there is no harm if it is grinded by the soft stone, black or the marble stone. So this is just an example. And similarly, if you see other examples related to material vigilance, You know that in even in Ayurveda and Unani, it's very common in Unani system of medicine that metals which are used to take medicines, they are basically frequently polished and die casting to avoid a direct contact with metals. And because if they are not polished regularly, then it may lead to metal poisoning. And these are also in English country they are called as magical bowls, but they are used to administer drug to drink water or to take medicine with water or with milk in these medicinal bowls, metallic medicinal bowls. So there should be a coordination in identification, collection, reporting, and analysis of any untoward occurrences associated with the use of medical devices used in AYUSH system of medicine, so that it could be prevented. And medical devices used in AYUSH, they also need to be monitored like modern medical devices, and all types of adverse events related to medical devices, they also need to be reported, whether it is known or unknown, whether they are serious or non-serious, whether they are frequent or rare, or malfunction of the instruments, and deterioration in characteristics of performance, inaccuracy in labeling or instructions. Sometimes instructions are not given properly by the medical devices. So there should be a modified reporting format as prepared by the Material Vigilance Program of India. For AYUSH system of medicine, we can have a modified format. And these forms, after duly signed by the Medical Device Monitoring Center, which could be a part of any TBR college or Ayurvedic medicine. So Medical Device Monitoring Center should be designated in any traditional medical colleges, and they then can send to the National Collaborating Center or National Coordinating Center after filling of these forms. So I say that Material Vigilance Program of India should empower all the AYUSH hospitals like the modern medical colleges and healthcare professionals to participate and report medical devices adverse events through the customized paper-based reporting form as is available for the modern medical instruments or medical devices. And similarly, they should have a separate toll-free helpline number to report adverse events related to the AYUSH medical devices. Similarly, as there is a Association of Indian Medical Devices forum, there should be a separate for AYUSH medical devices manufacturers and importers. They could be encouraged to report or any problems to the Material Vigilance Program of India. So they can share any alert, recall, or field safety corrective actions. And this would indirectly help the main Material Vigilance Program of India in the creating the baseline study and prompt decision making. These are some medical devices which I found could be useful in discussing the IUI system. For example, in the Siddha, there is a thermal cauterization, and if it is not used properly, this thermal cauterization, which is Sutta Gai Salagai, means Salai is used, and this is after heating, they are then uh, 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 they are packed on the wound injury or wherever they are used. Similarly, in Unani system of medicine, there are many apparatus which are used as hijama instruments. These are made up of rubber or glass or cattle hall or bamboo. So you can classify all these as per the risk category. Similarly, if you see in the Ayurveda system of medicine, there is a list of Ayurveda yantra, and so these instruments should be used cautiously, and they are not properly manufactured, or there is no standard in the manufacturing. So every instruments may pose some harm. Even the Shudhara table, if it is not properly manufactured or there is defect, this may lead to any harm to the patient. So any little harm or little risk is not should not be allowed as a safety for the patient. So it's my humble suggestion as Indian medical rules framed risk level of all the medical devices. So we can also classify all Ayush related medical devices into class A, class B, class C, class D. For example, as I said, the mortar and pestle, they are also the instrument. They should be grouped into the low risk group. Rubber cups in the hijama, they are comparative to the singhi or glass or bamboo cups. So bamboo cups or singhi or the buffalo or cattle based horn, they can be grouped into the class B or low moderate risk. So ayurveda yantra, electrical acupuncture, warming blankets, and in relation to the pharmacognosy, we used quality assurance test, and for quality assurance test we use lots of we are dependent on medical devices for fingerprinting and thermal stability tests. So they could also be classified under the class B. Similarly, if you see the Shar Sutra, which is the medicated cotton used in Ayurvedic system of medicine, this medicated cotton either could be classified under class B or class C. Moxibustion, which is also like thermal radiation. It used to burn the dried mugworts. So they are also used on some points of the body, and it is like the Sutti guides, ala guide needles in acupuncture. In Germany also, there are different types of needle which is called as Bundenschitism. So that is also they have classified under class D. So similarly, like as I found, and you all know better than me, that Shar Sutra treatment, if it is not properly, or the thread is not properly medicated, or the procedure may lead to the pain in some cases, and some post-surgery complications, recurrence chances could also be there if it is not properly used. Bleeding, pain, and infection, and we should be cautious that it should not be used in the fourth grade hemorrhoid. So these are just an example that the medical devices which are used in Ayush system of medicine, they can also be classified, and likewise they are need to be reported. So in the end, I will say that in modern system of medicine, there is an upsurge of the medical devices in the recent years, and there is no adequate measures to protect the patients from any untoward occurrences associated with the use of medical devices. And the purpose of Material Vigilance Program of India is to analyze, scrutinize, and prevent the recurrence of harmful effects due to the use of medical devices. So you also know that the initiative and purpose is the effective implementation to ensure safety of medical devices by preventing the recurrence of adverse effects and reducing risk associated with use of medical devices. And obviously, there is guidelines in the which is documented in the Material Vigilance Program of India. This should be properly used, and the purpose is to enable the safety data collection in the systematic manner. So in this crisis of COVID-19 especially, and tomorrow is World Patient Safety Day, which is celebrated by WHO. I would like to say that especially in the COVID-19, where there is a huge challenge and a risk to healthcare workers. So because of this COVID-19, because of the stressful environment conditions, in this COVID-19, we should be more cautious in using the medical devices, because these medical devices may lead to the diagnostic error, which is again harmful to the patient. And tomorrow, which is the theme, every year there is a theme. So this year the theme is health worker safety, a priority for patient safety. So again, I would like to say that medical device monitoring and the adverse events related to medical devices is very important, especially if you see in this COVID-19 and the patient safety. So in the end, I would like to recommend, if anybody is interested to read more about the medical devices, so WHO has also published few guidelines and few monographs related to each medical devices, and so they can go through these books. Uh, so that's it. Thank you so much once again for giving me a chance to interact with you all related to the Metrovigilance program of India. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor S. Ziaur sir, for the wonderful deliberation on the material vigilance, which is the most non-attentive area, it seems to be. Somewhere we are ignored with the material use in the day-to-day practice. Of course, most of the people are talking and they are in use practice of the pharmacovigilance. At the same time, they are using materials which were neglected in one another way. Your presentation will definitely help us, or all participants. This was a thank you. Thank you very much for joining with us.
Thank you.
Dear audience and all the panelists, now we are moving to the last deliberation of the second day webinar. We have Dr. Rachna Pillai. She is a research officer working in the Ministry of AYUSH, Government of India. And we have requested her to give a deliberation about the government directives and actions about misleading advertisement, because nowadays everything has been twisted. The most important issue which has taken by the Government of India under the banner of pharmacovigilance, where not only monitoring the safety aspect of the drugs use and the material use, but at the same time, this is the only nation which pays most importance on the misleading advertisement, which totally misleading the patient care and the safety also. With this few word, I request it's over to Dr. Rachna Pillai for her presentation. It's a humble request, madam. We are just running late. Please try to concise this presentation within a small time, within the shortest of short. Thank you.
Sure. So, am I audible?
Yeah, ma'am. Yes, you are audible.
Yeah. So, good afternoon to all the fellow panelists, and regards to Director NIUM and co-host Dr. Kamri for organizing this program so well. And so, very good afternoon to all of you present over here, to the attendees. So, keeping it short, I'm starting my presentation and just highlighting the basic things which we need to know regarding this misleading advertisements under the pharmacovigilance scheme. So is the presentation visible? Hello, sir?
Yeah, yes, it's visible, ma'am. You can go with it.
Okay.
38.
So, like we all know that this pharmacovigilance scheme has two components. One is reporting of ADR, and next is the surveillance of misleading advertisement of AYUSH drugs. Before going on to the topic in detail and with technical details, we should know what is misleading and what is advertisement. Misleading is something in lay terms, if we say something which is giving a false impression or which जो हमें गुमराह करती है. So like in this slide, you can see it is directing the arrow is directing to left, but it is saying look right. So in a way, it is ये गुमराह कर रही है लोगों को. And advertisement is विज्ञापन. तो जो भी विज्ञापन गुमराह करती है कंज्यूमर को, that is misleading advertisement if we say in layman terms. Now coming back to the presentation proper, what I'm discussing in this topic and what you will get to learn from this is the act and rules pertaining to prohibition of advertisement of drugs and some definitions regarding that. Sources of misleading advertisement, that from where we should look for this advertisement, and because you are reporting that, you must know the source where you will get this advertisement. Then action taken by this Ministry of AYUSH with respect to misleading advertisement. When this reporting is done from the peripheral center, it is escalated to intermediary center, then to national center, then to Ministry of AYUSH. Many of people in the periphery has this idea that it is going to some black hole, or what is actually being done with these reporting and what action is being taken. So I will elaborate on the guidelines or the orders passed by Ministry of AYUSH and the action taken actually by Ministry of AYUSH on this topic. Then role of pharmacovigilance centers. What is your role and how you are important for taking action on misleading advertisement? which types of advertisement are to be reported. Are we reporting all the advertisement? We should check what we are reporting, and are we reporting in the correct format, in the correct information or not. Now we should also know the channel of reporting and the contact person responsible to take action. You have found an advertisement, you know what is misleading, but you don't know the right channel or whom to contact for taking the correct action on such advertisement. So all these you will learn from this presentation. Now the question is why we need to know, we are doctors, why we need to know the act and rules, and what is the act, what are the sections, what are the rules, why we are knowing this. Because when this pharmacovigilance scheme was enacted, after that on 19th July 2019, there was a DO letter to all the pharmacovigilance centers where it has been clearly mentioned that when you are reporting this misleading advertisement, you should also report together with it the section it is contravening, the section of the drugs and magic remedies it is contravening, the rule of Drugs and Cosmetic Act it is contravening, and also you should report who is the advertiser, the address of the advertiser, the media which it is using, the manufacturer, the contact details of the manufacturer, and such information are necessary for reporting this misleading advertisement. Why? I will elaborate further. Because otherwise this action is impossible from the Ministry of AYUSH part as well as State Licensing Authority part to take action on if these informations are not being provided. So Drugs and Magic Remedies Objectionable Advertisement Act 1954. Act consists of various sections, and we will discuss on the sections which are important regarding our present topic and which you should mention while reporting misleading advertisement to your higher center or to Ministry of AYUSH or to State Licensing Authority. This regarding DMR, some portion has been yesterday topics, it has been covered by Jayashree madam, but still I would like to highlight some which is important for us with respect to AYUSH medicines. So we must know the objective of this act. This act is enacted to control the advertisement of drugs in certain cases, like some diseases are mentioned, for which advertisement is clearly prohibited. It is also prohibiting the advertisement for certain purposes of remedies alleged to possess magic like chamatkari qualities and to provide matters connected therewith. So when we are reporting advertisement, we are usually reporting those advertisement which is coming in print media, like on newspaper, on television, on website. But you need to know that advertisement as per definition in this act is any notice, circular, in fact label, wrapper or any other document. It can be any announcement made orally or by any means of producing or transmitting light, sound or smoke. So this act has been enacted in 1954, but that time there was no internet, no television, no mobile phone. So obviously they have mentioned that any made in any form by orally or by transmitting light, sound or smoke. So in a way it is covering those which are coming presently on internet or television or radio and all. Further, there is a proposed amendment to this act and rules which is under process. So in that further in the definition, website, internet, etc. will be covered. Now definition of drug as per this act is different from that definition of drug as per Drugs and Cosmetic Act. So as per this act, drug is a medicine for internal or external use of human beings or animals. So this we all know, any medicine which is intended for use is drug. Okay. Next is any substance intended to be used or for in the diagnosis, cure, mitigation, treatment or prevention of disease in human beings or animals. So any substance, like if I say this pen is will help in curing diabetes. So I am referring, when I am referring to diagnosis, cure or mitigation of a disease, then this will be also considered as a drug under this act. Any article other than food. So food is exempted. Any article other than food intended to affect or influence in any way the structure, organic function of the body. And any article intended in subclause 1, 2, and 3. Now magic remedies, that is which has a chamatkari property. So any kavach, tabij, mantra kavach, which is claiming that it can cure your disease, will fall under the magic remedy. Like we see advertisement, anti-aging cream and all. So it is, they are what claim are being are chamatkari. Means chamatkar ho jayega, your age will be reduced to 10 years down. You will look fairer 10 times. So all these are chamatkari claims. So these type of advertisement are prohibited. Now come to section proper. Section 3 is very important when you are reporting misleading advertisement. Under section 3, it is the red portion I have marked specifically, that is advertisement which suggests, either it is suggesting directly to a disease like diabetes, menstrual disorder, or anything, or when we are interpreting this advertisement, that it is, then it is indicated that it is calculated to lead to such disease. In various advertisement, you will see directly disease name is not given, but when we interpret this advertisement, we understand that it is indicating towards that problem or disease. So what type of advertisement of which diseases is prohibited for advertisement? Like procurement of miscarriage, prevention of conception, clearly prohibited, example of such an advertisement. Maintenance or improvement of capacity of human beings for sexual pleasure. But for this indication or this claim, most we see in the advertisement, in the newspaper, in the print, in the website or in television, most of the ASU drugs are being advertised for this purpose only, maximum. So like in this advertisement, you will find that nowhere it is indicating directly that it is for sexual pleasure or for sexual enhancement. But if you interpret with the picture on the product or with further deliberations made on this advertisement, then you can, it is indicating that it is for sexual pleasure. So it is prohibited. Correction of menstrual disorder in women is prohibited. An example of that. Then there are several conditions which are specifically mentioned in the schedule to section 3 of the Act. Under that, 54 diseases are mentioned, and under rule 2 more diseases, that is asthma and AIDS, are mentioned. So when you see this entire chart, you will find that it covers all the diseases on which we find the advertisement of ASU drugs. So in a way, for exactly for no disease which are being advertised, they should make an advertisement, and all are prohibited. So further it elaborates that disease, disorder, condition which requires timely treatment in consultation with a registered medical practitioner, or for which there are normally no accepted remedies. Like I told, the disease condition which are clearly prohibited, and in the schedule as well, there are 54 diseases which are prohibited. But in the present scenario, when there is a COVID outbreak, many of the advertisers or the manufacturers are claiming for treatment of COVID. If we say under DMR it is prohibited under section 3, they will say it is not mentioned in that schedule how you are debarring us, how you are barring us from advertising on that disease. So you can say that here it is written like disease, disorder, condition which requires timely treatment in consultation with a registered medical practitioner, or for which there are normally no accepted remedies. For COVID-19, at present, there is no accepted remedy. So under this section, you cannot claim for treatment of COVID. Prohibition of misleading advertisement relating to drugs. So apart from disease proper, any other claim, another claim like false impression regarding the true character of drug, like many of the advertisement, you will say it is claiming to be 100% natural, 100% safe, 100% without side effects. So such claims, if you are making, it is also prohibited as you are making a false claim. Okay, if you are mentioning 100% natural or 100% without side effect, you have to give a data or substantial proof regarding that. If you cannot substantiate it, then you are contravening the act and rules of drugs and magic remedies. Like over here, it is not exactly mentioning any disease, but it is saying bina side effects, natural fairness, and saffron cream. Saffron, when they are mentioning saffron, many of the advertisement you will see sona, chandi, itna gram sona. So it is also a false claim if we cannot substantiate that actually that much amount of gold is there or that much amount of saffron is there. It is also false claim and misleading. So there is penalty. Under the penalty, you will see most of the penalty is regarding imprisonment or fine. Powers of entry and search. Under this act and rules, only the state government or the state licensing authority or the officer appointed by the state government only can take action. So pharmacovigilance centers can report to the authority, but it cannot take any action on that. So centers are meant to gather the information in complete form and report it to the concerned for taking action. So the state government officials can only take action, not even the central government. Now savings. Under this act, some exemptions or savings are provided to certain individuals or for certain conditions. Like if a registered medical practitioner is advertising that he cures or treats this disease on his premises, on market that on his premises only, if we give a signboard or notice, that is allowed, but not in TV or in newspaper or in pamphlet. He cannot advertise, but only a signboard at his registered practicing unit or premises. If a drug is being mentioned in a journal or in a medical book as a treatment for some disease, then it is allowed, like any treatise or book from a bona fide scientific or social standpoint, then it is allowed. Any advertisement sent confidentially to a registered medical practitioner, like a drug information being given to a doctor by the advertiser or by medical representative in a confidential way, then it is allowed. Advertisement is allowed by the government. If government is giving an advertisement in public interest, then it is allowed. And any advertisement which has been sanctioned prior to commencement of this act is allowed. Under Drugs and Cosmetic Act 1940 and Rules 1945, under rule there are separate rules pertaining to ASU and ASH drugs. I will skip this. I think it has been elaborated by Dr. Katosh yesterday. Special mention is Rule 170 of the Drugs and Cosmetic Rules, which is inserted in by Gazette notification on 21st December 2018. It is intended for prohibition of advertisement of ASU drugs. Market, when we are talking of DMR, it covers any type of drug. This Rule 170 is specially for ASU drugs, and it came into force in 2018. So under this rule, there is an option, there is a provision for prior checking of contents of advertisement by the state licensing authority. Under this rule, power is also delegated to central government. Under DMR, there is no power of the central government, but under Rule 170 of DNC, power is given to central government to prohibit any advertisement of the ASU drugs under notification in the official gazette in public interest. And under this rule, there is a provision to SLA for suspending or cancelling the license. Remember in DMR when I told, there is only penalty of fine or for imprisonment, but under this Rule 170, the license can be suspended or cancelled of the manufacturer. There are certain conditions on which the advertisement will be rejected, like it is if incomplete, obscene, or the manufacturer detail is not mentioned. or if any celebrity or government officials are advertising those products, it is also barred. If a name of any government or autonomous organization is being used, those applications are rejected. Now, measures taken against misleading advertisement. So what is told, there are various sources or references of misleading advertisement which is coming to Ministry of AYUSH, first and foremost from the Pharmacovigilance centers, from Advertising Standard Council of India, from state licensing authorities, from consumers, from VIP reference or grievances, and from Gamma portal. Gamma portal is grievances against misleading advertisement portal, which is hosted by Department of Consumer Affairs. So I think Jayashree madam must have told about it yesterday. So from this portal and from this all other sources, the advertisement is directed to Ministry of AYUSH, which later on see the contravention and process it accordingly and send it to respective state authority for taking action against it. This is a WhatsApp number of Advertising Standard Council of India. Over here, any consumer can click a photo of a misleading advertisement and can directly send it to this WhatsApp number, and ASU takes action on those advertisements. Not action, it scrutinizes those advertisements and redirect it to the concerned SLA or to Ministry of AYUSH. Then this is regarding the Gamma portal. Some nodal officers in the states are notified to take action on the advertisement which are entered in this Gamma portal. Like from Ministry of AYUSH, I am the nodal officer for Gamma portal. This is the portal. Any consumer can easily log in and register the complaint on this portal regarding misleading advertisement. Role of state licensing authority. These state license authority, many of the states have issued show cause notice to the defaulter advertiser, and some have been convicted under the DMR Act. State have appointed gazetted officer for this act. We also have correspondence with Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, and with our correspondence, they issued an advisory to all channels that they will only broadcast those advertisements which have a valid license issued by state licensing authority, because we find on the website or on the news channels, most of the advertisement, many of the advertisement which are a headache for us are those advertisements where the manufacturer detail is not known. Only a number is given. There is no address, there is no email, no contact details of any doctor or anything, just a number is given. So, and we are not sure whether this product is licensed or not. So those, we cannot take action on such advertisement where we don't get any details, because those state licensing authority will take action where this product is licensed. So when we are saying that pharmacovigilance centers while reporting must mention the details of the manufacturer, the main intention behind that is so that we can redirect it to the concerned state licensing authority rather than to all, which unnecessary delays the entire process of taking action. So if a manufacturer detail is mentioned, we can know where this product is actually licensed, and that state licensing authority will take action. Ministry of AYUSH has issued an advisory in August 2018 to all the manufacturers, advertising agencies to refrain from using the name of government department or institution in advertisement of ASU drugs, ASU drugs. So the intention is we see many advertisements in which unauthorized use of name of Ministry of AYUSH or any government research council, etc. are being used. So this advisory was intended to check such advertisement. Many times complaints are coming from consumer to ministry that people are calling on their mobile saying that Ministry of AYUSH has launched this product for diabetes, etc. So they complain this to ministry, and when they are purchasing those products on basis of just a call, they want that the reimbursement of such medicines procured by them must be made by Ministry of AYUSH. So regarding that, we also issued a caution that the consumer should not fall prey to any such cause and advertisement of ASU drugs using the name of government department or institution for promoting sale of products and refrain from self-medication with such drugs. Because Ministry of AYUSH does not issue any license to a product. It is the state licensing authority only which issue licenses to ASU and H drugs. So this caution was published in November 2018, and it was given to 100 leading newspapers in various languages and was intended for consumer awareness. We have a dedicated portal, AYUSH portal. AYUSH is an acronym for Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha, Homeopathy, Drug Help Initiative. So under this portal, we are going to, all the state licensing authority can register over here, and the license process will be digitalized through this portal. And there is a provision for misleading advertisement reporting or action taken by the state licensing authority, which will be available on this portal in due time. Now, after doing all these, there are still a very big road to cover. The challenges are far more than the action taken. So what are the challenges? We see that the compliance is not adequate. There is weak enforcement mechanism in the states. Like we are sending the misleading advertisement to the state, but many of the states are not taking the action or not reporting or not issuing show cause notice. Then most of the headache is, hello? Hello?
What is wrong? Yes, madam.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are. Please continue, ma'am.
Actually, the slide, I think it... Can you see the slide where I was...
Yeah. This is the first one you are showing.
Okay, wait. Yeah, so it's fine now?
Yes, it's okay. Please proceed.
Yeah. So the most big challenge right now is the internet, TV and mobile, because it has a pan-India circulation. We don't know where actually this manufacturer is, because if it is on the newspaper, local newspaper, we can understand that basically it will be in that state only. But on internet, we don't know where this manufacturer is and whom to report. And it is pertinent to keep a regular track of such objectionable advertisement, because in many cases we are seeing the advertiser is complying and stating to us that they have removed such ad. But we don't know, in future due course or within months, they can again advertise it. So we need a constant or regular track of such objectionable advertisement and report them. So there is the need of the surveillance component under pharmacovigilance, because this pharmacovigilance is centers or peripheral centers is spread throughout India. They can very well track or have a regular, they are reporting it monthly to us. So if we see that an advertiser earlier complied, but in the next month again such advertisement is coming, then we can understand or we can take strict action on such advertisement which is contravening again and again to our guidelines. So role of pharmacovigilance centers is safety monitoring of the drugs. When we are you are reporting the ADRs, but this misleading advertisement, when the advertisement is also a kind of drug information. So misleading information to the public can cause self-medication, and self-medication is very harmful for the patients. So sitting in the ministry, we are not interacting with the patients, but you at the pharmacovigilance centers are interacting with the patient. This idea is to create awareness among public against self-medication. When the patient is coming to you and showing that they have been using this product, seeing some advertisement, they are bringing that product or showing that advertisement or indicating those advertisements. So you can generate awareness among those patients. you have that product in hand, you can just click a photo of that label and we will get the manufacturer's detail. So we can redirect it to the concerned state licensing authority. So by this scheme or by this centers, this tracking of manufacturer, supply and marketing company will be far more easier. Further, we are trying to reduce the channel of action by directly forwarding the complaints to the state regulators from the pharmacovigilance centers. For this, we have empowered the pharmacovigilance centers by an order dated 2nd of July 2020, wherein it is mentioned that the pharmacovigilance to the SLAs, that SLA have to take action on the misleading advertisement being reported by the pharmacovigilance centers to them. So in a way, we have empowered these pharmacovigilance centers to send directly their complaints or their reporting to SLAs regarding misleading advertisement. Now, coming to this current situation of COVID, you must have seen that various companies are using this claim of COVID-19 approved by Ministry of AYUSH and all those things. So regarding that, a DO letter was issued to all principal secretaries, health and etc. that any product which is having a false claim and publicizing so-called approval of research study or product manufacturing about COVID-19 control from Ministry of AYUSH, writing COVID or COVID-19 related claims, name of Ministry of AYUSH on the label and containers of AYUSH products, any other false claim or statement regarding Ministry of AYUSH and COVID-19 should be checked and legal action should be taken against such product or manufacturer. On WhatsApp or on social media, this advertisement by National Health Point was being circulated, where they have claimed that approval by Ayush Mantralaya, etc. And on this action was taken, and this manufacturer has taken have said sorry, and also he has on the social media he has apologized regarding his action, which can be seen on the right side of the presentation. So thank you all. I believe that with a collaborative effort of all the centers and with a continuous monitoring, we will be able to fix this jigsaw puzzle of misleading advertisement and somehow make a cut or prohibit such action, such misleading advertisement. So your continuous effort in this regard is needed. Thank you all for your patient hearing. Hope this information will help you in further reporting of misleading advertisement. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rachna Pilwal. Thank you for the wonderful and elaborate description on the directives and actions about the misleading advertisement, guidelines issued with the Government of India. You have well represented, you have well explained all the importance of the different acts and the importance and the sensitizing the people how to report this misleading advertisement. How the Government of India has taken all such a misleading advertisement, how they are going to control, how the state drug licensing authorities will be made responsible to take care of all such a misleading advertisement. Thank you for your presentation. I request all the panelists, if you are available, please be appear on the screen. So we have reached the final conclusionary remarks. I request Dr. Ghalib, the Coordinator, National Pharmacovigilance Program, to share few words from your end. After that, let me take to the vote of thanks. I was expecting Dr. Kato sir, the advisor, Ayurveda also, but sir is busy.
Thank you so much, sir. I feel it's audible, right, sir?
It's audible, sir. Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. It was really very interesting sessions what we had during these 2 days. Fortunate that Secretary sir was there in the inaugural session and he enlightened us with his opening remarks. And yeah, all the sessions. Okay, so starting from
Jay Prakash ji, then okay, GP Mahanta ji, and of course representations from CDS CO Shani ji was there, and then today, okay, so all the traditional systems of medicines, let it be Unani system of medicine and Siddha system of medicine, and Rachna Paliwal ji. Thank you so much, Rachna ji. So you took time and you joined with us. You enlightened our participants and our audience with your vast experience on misleading advertisements, how and what kind of action is being taken care from the side of Ministry of Ayush. Thank you so much for sparing some time. First, I would like to thank all the attendees, participants, okay, so all the coordinators and the program associates and assistants, so who took active part in this 2 days webinar. And thank you so much for Kumri ji. So you took much more pains in organizing so this event. So the appreciation should go to you. And I even take this opportunity to thank Abdul Wadud ji, so who is driving force behind this event. So for your kind cooperation and support in organizing so this wonderful event. And yes, this will goes on, but I feel, Kumreji, if any comments or if any queries are there, if any questions are there which are needed to be addressed, you suppose if we are in a position to address, I feel we'll address it. In case if any genuine queries which we cannot address, definitely, so that we will try to address after consulting the concerned official. So because a few queries we may not be in a position to address. So in such cases, definitely we'll try to gather information, and we can send the information to them through mails. So if any such kind of queries are there, so let us invite at least a few queries. Kumriji, please.
Thank you, Dr. Ghalib, the National Coordinator for the Pharmacovigilance Program of India ASU drugs. And till now, we have received n number of queries. Out of that, almost all the queries were attended are n. Very few are there. Definitely, it will bring to the ministry's notice where the authorities will take a right decision. And if the permission of the director, sir, who is the chairman of the organizing committee for this webinar, shall we conclude with a vote of thanks? म्यूट है सर को म्यूट है देखिए सर को म्यूट है देखिए
1 minute. Okay, I'm audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir. Thank you.
Anyone who wants to give comment, please give them chance. Otherwise, conclude.
I don't think so, sir. We have nobody to give any comments.
Okay.
Dr. Ghalib has already almost covered all the points. The people are eagerly waiting. I think it's the right time to go for the conclusion and the vote of thanks. Conclusion remarks are over. Let me take a privilege to attend vote of thanks to all of the people. I extend my thanks to the Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, who permitted and sponsored this 2 days webinar for organizing among all the stakeholders and the people from Ayush system of medicine to be acquainted with the developments of the pharmacovigilance program related issues. So with this purpose, we have invited, we have sent a registration link and requested all the Ayush institution pan-India for the registration, for which around 2,000 people have registered for their cooperation. I'm very thankful to you, thankful to all of you who have registered and attended this program. And I'm very much thankful to my director, Professor Abdul Wadud, who is just like a force behind me. He has something like a strong emotional attachment with me, and he directed me in each and every aspect to bring this program. Otherwise, I can say he's very instrumental in bringing this 2 days webinar as successful, if I say. Thank you, sir, for your consistent support and providing all the logistic facilities and the people deployed with me. Thank you. I'm very much indebted with you. I hope that you will be continuing the same in future courses also. My thanks are due to Dr. D.C. Katoj, the advisor, Ayurveda, who is also the head of the policy, drug policy, and the pharmacovigilance officer. I don't have a words to say, extend my greetings to him, because since the inception of the program till the termination of the program, whenever I had any query or any issue, He supported me, explained me, helped me. So, sir, for your cooperation throughout this project, I'm very much thankful to you, sir. Please kindly accept our thanks, even though you are busy with some other official assignments. I extend my greetings to you. Thanks for your consistent support. And my thanks are due to Dr. Ghalib, the coordinator, National Pharmacovigilance. He's a wonderful man. He was always with me like my hand. And in every point of clarification, he supported me. He facilitated all the resource persons to contact by myself. And he helped me in finalizing the program, starting from the sanction of the projects, release of the fund, and organization of the all these events. Just with the help of Dr. Ghalib only, I made it possible. I'm very much thankful to you, Dr. Ghalib. I hope that your support will be there throughout the next project, whatever the work have been taken with this project. Thank you very much, Dr. Ghalib ji. My thanks are due to all the resource persons to whom we have invited, starting from the Dr. Jayaprakash sir, who is holding a very such an important job, being a chairman of the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, the director, the scientific secretary come director of the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission. Always sir was busy, though he accepted our invitation. He spent a time with us, and he attended, he deliberated his lecture. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your presence with us, and you are blessed. I have extended my thanks to Professor G.P. Mohanta, who is also the former chair of the WHO. He was associated from Annamalai Nagar, for his wonderful deliberation and his presence with us. He accepted our invitation. He deliberated. He is part of our presentation. My sincere thanks are due to Dr. Jayashree Gupta, the most dynamic personality, who is the president of the Consumer India and the member of the Human Rights Commission. Madam has accepted our invitation, and she deliberated her presentation yesterday. Out of her busy schedule, she spent it with us. I'm very much thankful to you, madam, for joining with us and with the wonderful knowledge you have shared with us. I hope the people will remember you with the slogan Jago Grahak Jago. Similarly, the yesterday's points also make us to be related to the project of consumer protection one. I'm also extending my thanks to Dr. S.P. Shani, who is the Deputy Drug Controller, CDSCO, New Delhi. Our orientation, he came and he deliberated his talk. My thanks are also due to Dr. Arun Gupta, who is head of the Medical Affairs, Dabur India Limited, for his wonderful information presented, and also the recommendations given, the way forward for which already our secretary sir has been also taken. I wish to bring my greetings to our secretary sir, but at the last I have a special regards to our secretary, so I'm just keeping him after that. My thanks to today's speaker, Dr. R. Meena Kumari, the Director, National Institute of Siddha, Chennai. She accepted our invitation, she promoted and she facilitated all the faculty people and all the people associated with pharmacovigilance to be part of this program. Because of support only, we have made it very successful from among the Siddha community. Thank you, madam, for joining with us and for your cooperation. My thanks are also with the Dr. Anil Khurana, who is the Director General CCRH, New Delhi. Sir is always busy. Out of his busy schedule also, he accepted in a single invitation and he represented well on behalf of the homeopathy community. Sir, for your presence and your cooperation, I am very much thankful to you, sir. Please kindly accept our greetings from all the committee members. My thanks to Dr. Padma Gurumit, who is the Director, National Research Institute of Siddha, Leh. I believe that since before this platform, this webinar, I never had any person from the Tibetan system of medicine or Sowa Rigpa. It is, I can say it's a privilege for me to introduce the Sowa Rigpa or this platform to know the other audience are the people of the nation, to understand Sowa Rigpa also is one of the system of medicine which is in the part of the Ministry of AYUSH, Government of India, the Tibetan medicine. Thank you, Dr. Padma Gurumit ji, because you accepted our invitation and you attended today, and you have deliberated the concepts and the practices of pharmacovigilance from Sowa Rigpa point of view. My thanks are due to Dr. Professor Ziaur Rahman sir. He's a busy man. He's always busy. Even though he dedicatedly on our request, he was available since yesterday, throughout the sessions of yesterday and today also he was with us. There was a small technical rescheduling of the program was there. Sir was accepted and he stayed with us. He wonderfully deliberated the presentation on the material vigilance part of modern as well as the AYUSH system of medicine. I'm very much grateful to you, sir. I hope we will be work together in future also. For that, I expect your wishes from this. Thank you for you, sir. Our thanks are due to Dr. Rachana Paliwal, who joined recently as a research officer working with the Ministry of AYUSH. That one of the topic what we requested her to deliberate is the directives of the government of India and the actions about how to control this misleading advertisement. Because nowadays, AYUSH system is being targeted by the, wrongly targeting by the printing media, not only the printing and the digital media also, where the people are not aware of the laws and the rules about misleading advertisement. You are well represented this. For this, I extend my thanks to you, Dr. Rachana Paliwal. My thanks are also due to our people, the advisor Unani Muhammad Tahir sir, who was with us yesterday also. We are expecting him today also. Sir, because of such busy schedule, he couldn't join with us. Sir, yesterday you are with us. For your presence, your blessing, your support, your cooperation. I'm very much indebted on behalf of the organizing committee of this webinar and the director of the National Institute of Unani Medicine, who is the chairman of the organizing committee. We together extending warm greetings to you. We are very much thankful to you, sir, for joining with us and your directions throughout this webinar. My thanks are also due to joint advisor Unani, Dr. Mukhtar M.A. Khasmi, sir, who is also something like a back force for us. His support, his directions throughout this program was with us. Today, sir was unable to join with us because of the preoccupied work. Yesterday, sir with us. And sir, though you are not today with us, we are extending our greetings to both of you. Please kindly accept, and we anticipating your support in future also. My thanks to our secretary, Padma Shri Vaidya Rajesh Katoja, sir. The simpleness, the very humbleness, very polite, very gently, all the things very strategically he has told about that. Sir, your words are very soothing to us. Not only I myself, for all the AYUSH community, we are very much impressed with your deliberations during the inaugural session. We are reminding ourselves, we are making more responsible toward the reporting of this ADR and the pharmacovigilance activity. And moreover, all our suggestions have been taken. Definitely, we need your support, your guidance throughout the prospective time of the time, sir. Thank you very much, sir. You are with us yesterday out of your busy schedule, though there are sessions going on in the Parliament, Rajya Sabha, as you told. Even though you accepted, you are with us. Your blessings were there with our inaugural function. We hope so. Even now, you are busy, but you are attending our greetings. I myself, as a coordinator and the organizing secretary, and among the organizing committee of this webinar and the director of this institute, we extend thanks to you, sir, for your cooperation. Finally, I thanks to my organizing committee, the committee which is behind me, makes me to come out of this organization of this program. My thanks are due to two of my colleagues, Dr. Rabinara Nachar, who is the coordinator of this pharmacovigilance at Ayurveda from Institute of Postgraduate Studies, Jamnagar, who has also supported me. My thanks are also due to Dr. Girish, who is head of the Department of Kaya Chikitsa, SGM College, Hassan. Both of you, they're always with me, their supports, everything was with me. And one and all, I'm sorry if I could forget to name some of the people, but directly or indirectly, whosoever been associated with this program, I'm thankful to all of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you all. With this, we are going to conclude, and thank you. Jai Hind. Thanks.